The ink was still wet when I found it. That was the first thing that didn't make sense. I had bought the leather-bound map at a dusty estate sale 3 weeks ago, and back then the lines were faded, yellowed by a century of neglect. It was a simple topographical layout of the valley where I lived, a relic of a time before GPS and satellite imagery. But as I sat at my kitchen table with the morning sun bleeding through the blinds, I saw a thick obsidian vein of ink stretching across the parchment where a hiking trail used to be. I touched the tip of my finger to the line. It smeared. It was fresh. It was as if someone had crawled into my house in the middle of the night just to update my decor. I checked the locks on the doors and the latches on the windows. Everything was sealed tight. I lived alone at the edge of the woods, far enough from the main road that I could hear the wind whispering through the pines long before it reached my porch. My skin felt tight, a cold prickle of sweat forming at the base of my neck. I looked back at the map. The smear I had made with my finger was already gone. The ink had retracted, reshaping itself into a perfect, sharp line that led directly toward the Blackwood Creek. There was no trail there. I had lived here for 10 years and knew every inch of that forest. There was only thick brush and a drop-off that led into a ravine, yet on the paper a clear path was beckoning. The silence of the house felt heavy, like a weight pressing against my eardrums. I decided it was a trick of the light or perhaps some strange reaction of the old vellum to the humidity. I went to the kitchen to pour a cup of coffee, but my eyes kept darting back to the table. Every time I blinked, I felt like the map was breathing. When I finally sat back down, the path had grown. It now branched off toward an old stone well that had been filled in decades ago. I felt a sudden, irrational urge to see if the well was still there. It was a pull in my chest, a physical tug that ignored logic. I grabbed my boots and my jacket, the map clutched tightly in my hand. I didn't realize I was leaving until the screen door slammed shut behind me. The air outside was unnaturally still. Usually the birds in the valley provided a constant backdrop of chatter, but today the woods were a tomb. I followed the map. I told myself I was just proving it wrong. I stepped off the gravel path and pushed into the dense undergrowth. The map felt warm against my palm. I looked down and my heart skipped a beat. A new landmark had appeared on the paper, a small circle labeled the counting house. There was no such building in these woods. I looked up and saw a structure I had never noticed before. It was a tall, narrow shack made of gray timber, tucked between two massive oaks. It looked like it had been there for 100 years, yet I had walked this stretch of forest 1,000 times and never seen it. I approached the shack, my breathing coming in shallow, ragged bursts. The wood was cold to the touch, vibrating with a low hum that I felt in my teeth. I reached for the door handle, but then I looked at the map again. The ink was moving. Right before my eyes, the lines were writhing like tiny black snakes, erasing the shack and drawing a deep, jagged hole in its place. I stumbled back as the ground beneath the shack began to groan. The timber shrieked as the earth gave way, swallowing the building into a sinkhole that hadn't existed seconds before. The smell of wet earth and something metallic filled the air. I looked at the map and saw a new line forming, a jagged staircase leading down into the dark. I should have turned back. Every instinct in my body was screaming at me to run toward the road, to get in my car and never look back at this valley. But the map was different now. The edges of the paper were turning dark, the color of a bruise. When I tried to drop it, my fingers wouldn't let go. It was stuck to my skin, the paper feeling like a layer of my own flesh. I looked down at the new drawing. It showed a figure standing at the edge of the sinkhole. It showed me. And behind me, the map had drawn 3 tall, spindly shadows that weren't there a moment ago. I turned around, but the forest was empty. Only the sound of a distant, rhythmic thumping echoed through the trees. Thump, thump, thump. It sounded like a giant heart beating beneath the soil. The thumping grew louder, vibrating through the soles of my boots. I looked at the map, hoping for a way out, but the familiar landmarks were gone. My house, the road, the creek, all erased. In their place was a sprawling, chaotic labyrinth of tunnels and chambers that seemed to go on for miles. The ink was pulsing now, glowing with a faint, sickly green light. I realized then that the map wasn't showing me the world as it was. It was rewriting the world as I walked. I took a step forward and the trees behind me shifted, their branches interlocking to form a wall of thorns. The path back was gone. I began to run. I didn't know where I was going, only that I had to stay ahead of the ink. Every time I looked down, the map had added a new horror. A bridge made of bone, a forest of hanging mirrors, a lake of black oil, and always those three shadows were closer. They were no longer just drawings. I could see them in the periphery of my vision, flickering between the trees like glitches in reality. They didn't have faces, just long, pale limbs and a sense of hunger that radiated off them in waves of cold air. I reached a clearing and stopped, gasping for breath. In the center of the clearing stood a stone pedestal. It was the only thing on the map that remained constant. I walked toward the pedestal, my legs feeling like lead. On top of the stone sat a small, silver compass, but it didn't point north. The needle was spinning wildly, blurred by its own speed. I looked at the map one last time. The ink had finished its work. The entire page was now a solid block of black, except for one tiny white dot in the center. The dot was moving. It was heading toward a door that was now appearing in the air in front of me, a door made of shimmering light and shadow. I reached out to touch the compass, and the needle suddenly stopped. It pointed directly at my chest. The three shadows stepped into the clearing. They were tall, so tall they blocked out the sun. Their hands were long and tapered into sharp points, and as they moved, the world around them began to dissolve into ink. The trees, the grass, even the sky started to melt and drip like wet paint. I looked at the map stuck to my hand and realized the white dot wasn't a destination. It was an exit, but to use it, I had to let the map take the rest of me. I felt the paper start to spread, the parchment climbing up my wrist and over my elbow, turning my skin into a flat, yellowed surface covered in new, terrifying lines. I screamed, but no sound came out. My voice had been replaced by the scratching of a quill on paper. I looked at the three shadows, and for the first time I saw their faces. They weren't monsters, they were cartographers. They held massive pens, their eyes fixed on me with a cold, professional detachment. One of them reached out and touched the map on my arm. He drew a single, straight line across my throat. I felt a sharp, cold sting, and the world began to tilt. The forest disappeared. The sky vanished. There was only the white void of the page and the sound of the ink flowing, filling in the blanks of my life until there was nothing left but a name on a legend. I was no longer the owner of the map. I was the map, and the map was beginning to draw a new owner, someone who was currently standing in a dusty estate sale, reaching for a leather-bound book that looked 100 years old. The sensation of being two-dimensional was not a lack of feeling, but a terrifying expansion of it. I was no longer a body of bone and blood, but a vast expanse of terrain. I could feel the cold wind of the valley not on my skin, but as a series of hatch marks across my ribs. Every mountain peak drawn upon me felt like a jagged tooth pushing through my chest, and every river was a cold vein of fluid ink circulating through my limbs. I was stretched thin, pulled tight across a wooden frame that smelled of cedar and old glue. The three cartographers stood over me, their faces like smooth river stones without features. They did not speak, yet I heard the scratching of their nibs inside my skull. They were refining me. They were adding details I had never known existed in my own soul. A heavy hand pressed down on my surface. The pressure was immense, like a mountain being dropped onto a field. I felt the tip of a quill dig into my hip, carving a new road that led toward a destination called the end of memory. With every stroke, a piece of my life vanished. I forgot the smell of the coffee I had poured that morning. I forgot the sound of my own mother calling my name. I forgot the color of the car I had left parked in the driveway. The ink was replacing my history with geography. My childhood was becoming a dense thicket of thorns. My first love was being redrawn as a stagnant, bottomless lake. I tried to thrash, to pull away from the table, but I was pinned by the very weight of the ink that defined me. One of the tall figures leaned closer. I could feel the heat of its breath, which smelled of ozone and dried parchment. It whispered a word that sounded like the rustle of dead leaves. The cartographer was not looking at the map. It was looking through the map down into the void where my consciousness was huddled like a frightened animal. It began to draw a border. A thick, impenetrable line of black ink encircled the edges of my being. This was the limit. This was the cage. As the circle closed, the light of the workshop began to fade. The towering figures retreated into the gloom, their long robes swishing against the floorboards. I was being folded. The pain of the first fold was a rhythmic snapping of my spine. My legs were pressed against my chest, and my head was tucked into my waist. I felt the world turn into a series of sharp, white creases. Then came the second fold and the third. I was no longer a man or a landscape. I was a compact square of heavy vellum, a secret kept in the dark. I felt myself being slid into a leather sleeve. The darkness was absolute, but I could still feel. I felt the sway of a carriage. I felt the passage of years as a slow, creeping chill that settled into my fibers. I waited in the silence, a sentient geography praying for someone to find me, even though I knew that discovery meant their destruction. Then there was light. It was a harsh, artificial light that pierced through the leather. I felt a hand, warm and calloused, grasping the edge of my cover. The air was thick with the smell of old paper and floor wax. I heard voices, muffled and distant, discussing prices and provenance. I was being held up, turned over, and inspected by eyes that saw only a relic of the past. They did not see the man trapped beneath the topographical lines. They did not see the way the ink of Blackwood Creek shivered when they touched it. I felt a surge of hope that was immediately eclipsed by a terrible, hungry greed. I wanted to be opened. I wanted to draw someone else into the lines so that I might finally be erased. The person who bought me was young. I could feel the frantic, nervous energy in his fingers as he carried me to a car. He smelled of tobacco and rain. He drove for a long time, the vibrations of the engine humming through my folded layers. When he finally laid me down on a wooden table, I recognized the sound of the wind outside. It was the same wind that whispered through the pines at the edge of the forest. I was back in the valley. I was in my own house, but it was no longer mine. The furniture was different. The air was colder. I felt the young man's shadow fall across me as he reached for the latch of the leather case. He opened me slowly. I felt the agony of being unfolded, my joints screaming as the creases were smoothed out. The morning sun hit my surface, and for a moment I was blinded. I saw him then. He looked like I used to look, tired and curious, with a cup of coffee steaming nearby. He ran a finger along the faded, yellow lines of the forest. He did not see the wet ink yet. He did not see the way the trail near the ravine was beginning to pulse with a dark, obsidian life. I felt the ink within me begin to stir, responding to his proximity. It was hungry. It needed a new anchor, a new body to inhabit so that the map could continue to grow. I watched as he reached for a pen, intending to mark a spot on the old parchment. As the tip of his pen touched my surface, I felt a spark of connection. I tried to scream a warning to make the paper curl away from his hand, but I was no longer the master of my movements. The ink moved of its own accord. It flowed up the tip of his pen, a tiny black thread of malice that he didn't notice. He blinked, rubbing his eyes as the lines on my surface began to sharpen and darken. He touched the ink with his fingertip, just as I had done. He saw the smear. He saw the way the ink retracted and reshaped itself into a perfect, beckoning path. The cycle was beginning again. I felt my own consciousness start to flicker, becoming nothing more than a footnote on the legend of the map. The young man stood up, his chair scraping against the floor. He went to check the locks. He went to verify the windows. I felt his fear as a delicious warmth that fed the ink. The more he panicked, the more detailed I became. New landmarks sprouted across my chest. A counting house appeared in the woods. A stone well began to smoke with a gray, drawn mist. I was no longer just a map of the valley. I was a map of his impending doom. As he grabbed his boots and jacket, I felt the physical tug in his chest, the same pull that had led me into the woods. He stepped out onto the porch and the screen door slammed with a sound like a gunshot. I remained on the table, a silent observer of his journey. I could feel him moving through the forest. Every step he took was a new line being drawn on my skin. When he reached the thick brush, I felt the scratch of the thorns. When he saw the shack, I felt the vibration of the gray timber. I was the ground beneath his feet and the air in his lungs. I was the predator and the prey. The three cartographers appeared in the corners of the room. They did not look at me. They were watching the young man through the window of the map. They held their long pens ready, waiting for the moment the world would dissolve. I realized then that they were not just making a map of a place. They were harvesting souls to expand a kingdom of ink. The valley was not a location on Earth. It was a page in an infinite book, and every person who stepped into it became a part of the geography. The thumping sound began again, the heartbeat of the soil, and I felt the young man's heart sink with the rhythm. He reached the sinkhole. I felt the earth groan and the timber shriek. I saw the jagged staircase form on my surface, leading down into the dark. He was crying now, his shallow breaths echoing in the fibers of the vellum. He tried to drop me, but his fingers were already beginning to fuse with the paper. I felt his terror as a sharp, acidic sting. It was the last thing I would ever feel from him. The ink began to spread, climbing his wrist, turning his skin into the same yellowed parchment that I had become. The cartographers stepped forward, their shadows lengthening across the kitchen floor. The room began to melt. The walls of the house turned into liquid ink, dripping into a void of nothingness. The young man's scream was silenced, replaced by the scratching of the quills. I felt a sudden, violent release. My consciousness, once tied to the map, was being pushed out to make room for his. I was being erased from the page. The lines that made up my face, my memories, and my very existence were being scrubbed away by a spectral eraser. I was becoming the blank space at the edge of the world. In my final moments of awareness, I saw the new map being finished. It was beautiful and terrible, a masterpiece of suffering and precision. The young man was now the center of the drawing, a tiny white dot moving toward a door of light. The cartographers nodded to one another, their work complete for now. They folded the map with practiced, efficient movements and slid it back into its leather sleeve. They walked out of the non-existent house and into the white void, leaving nothing behind. I am nothing now. I am the silence between the words and the white of the paper that has yet to be marked. But somewhere in another dusty corner of the world, a hand is reaching for a leather-bound book. Someone is looking for a relic of a time before GPS, a simple topographical layout of a quiet valley. They will take it home. They will sit at a kitchen table as the morning sun bleeds through the blinds, and they will notice with a start that the ink is still wet. The weight of the void was not a vacuum, but a heavy, pressing silence that felt like layers of leaden cloth. In the absence of my physical form, I drifted within the fibers of the paper, a ghost trapped in the pulp. I could feel the map being carried. Each step the new owner took sent a tremor through the world of ink. The man who held me now was named Elias. I knew this because his name was written in the margins of his own mind. a mind that was slowly being leaked into the parchment. He was a collector of curiosities, a man who sought the rare and the forgotten to fill the emptiness of a life lived in shadows. He did not know that he had just purchased his own grave. The leather case felt like a coffin. I was folded tightly, my previous existence as a man now reduced to a series of faint, ghostly creases that the cartographers had not quite managed to iron out. I felt the warmth of Elias' hand through the leather, a heat that felt like a distant sun. He was excited. His heart was a rapid, stuttering drum beat that resonated through the table when he finally set me down. I felt the click of the brass latch. It sounded like a bone snapping in the quiet of his study. When the lid opened, the air hit my surface like a cold wave. Elias leaned over me, his breath smelling of peppermint and old books. He was using a magnifying glass, a thick lens that distorted the light and made the ink of the valley look like a living, breathing thing. From my perspective within the paper, his eye was a massive, watery orb, an unblinking sun that watched my every twitch. He traced the line of the creek with a trembling finger. I felt the oil from his skin seep into the vellum, a heavy, suffocating sensation. He marveled at the detail, at the way the trees seemed to have individual leaves, and the way the shadows of the hills shifted when he moved the lamp. He did not see the movement at first. He did not see the way the ink was crawling toward his fingertip. I tried to push against the boundaries of my two-dimensional prison, wanting to scream, to warn him that the map was not a representation of a place but a predator in mid-strike. But I was only a memory of a man, a faint stain on a landscape of horror. The cartographers were watching from the corners of his room, invisible to him but looming large in the reality of the ink. They held their long silver pens like spears, waiting for the moment of puncture. Elias reached for a notebook. He wanted to document the find, to record the strange landmarks that did not appear on any modern survey. As he wrote, the ink from his own pen began to behave erratically. It bled across his notepad, forming shapes that mimicked the jagged trees of the valley. He frowned, shaking the pen, but the ink continued to flow, a black umbilical cord connecting his world to mine. He looked back at the map and gasped. The circle labeled the counting house was glowing with a faint, sickly luminescence. The thumping began. It was low at first, a vibration in the wood of the desk that Elias mistook for a passing truck. But it grew steadier, more rhythmic. Thump, thump, thump. It was the sound of the valley's heart, the engine of the ink pulling him in. He stood up, his chair scraping loudly against the floorboards. He felt the pull, the sudden, inexplicable urge to see the place for himself. He looked at the map, and the map showed him the way. A new path was forming, a bright white line that cut through the blackness of the woods, leading directly to the sinkhole. I felt him leave the room. The change in pressure told me he was moving through the house, grabbing his keys, his heavy coat, a flashlight. The map stayed on the desk, but I was still connected to him. I was the bridge. As he drove toward the valley, the lines on my surface shifted to reflect his progress. The road he traveled on began to dissolve behind him on the paper, replaced by the dense, interlocking thorns of the cartographer's design. He was driving into a trap that was being built around him in real time. He reached the edge of the woods just as the sun began to dip below the horizon. The light turned a bruised purple, the exact color of the edges of the map. He stepped out of the car, and the silence of the woods hit him like a physical blow. There were no birds, no wind, only the sound of his own breathing, which the map recorded as a series of small, rhythmic ripples in the ink near the trailhead. He began to walk, his flashlight cutting a desperate, shaking path through the gloom. Every step he took was a signature on a contract he hadn't read. I felt the thorns brush against his shins, and on the paper new hatch marks appeared, sharp and jagged. He reached the clearing where the shack stood. He stopped just as I had, his breath coming in ragged gasps. He looked at the map in his hand, for he had brought it with him, and saw the ink writhing. He saw the shack vanish. He saw the earth open up to reveal the jagged staircase. The smell of wet earth and metallic rot filled the air. Elias stumbled back, his flashlight beam dancing wildly over the trees. He turned to run, but the forest had already closed in. The path back to his car was gone, replaced by a wall of timber that looked like it had stood for centuries. He was trapped in the drawing. I felt his panic as a surge of heat that threatened to singe the very fibers I inhabited. He looked down at his hand and saw the map was stuck. The paper was becoming transparent, merging with his veins, turning his blood into a dark, viscous fluid. The three cartographers stepped out from behind the oaks. They were taller than the trees, their spindly limbs casting shadows that stretched across the entire valley. They moved with a terrifying, fluid grace, their featureless faces turned toward Elias with a hunger that felt like absolute zero. They did not need to speak. The scratching of their pens was the only sound in the world, a dry, rhythmic rasping that signaled the end of his life and the beginning of his geography. Elias fell to his knees at the edge of the sinkhole. He looked into the dark where the staircase led down into a void of pure ink. He saw the shapes moving in the depths, the bone bridge, the mirror forest, the oil lake. He saw the ghosts of those who had come before him, faint, flickering lines of silver that wandered the tunnels without purpose. He looked at the map on his arm and saw the white dot. It was his exit, but the price was everything he was. The tallest cartographer reached out and touched Elias' forehead. The touch was not violent, it was an act of creation. The man's skin began to turn yellow and dry. His eyes became two dark ink spots, wide and staring. His clothes merged with his body, becoming textures and patterns on a flat surface. I felt the shift, the violent displacement, as my own lingering consciousness was finally cast out into the wind, a handful of dust in a world of paper. As Elias was folded, his bones snapping in that rhythmic, terrible sequence, the map became a masterpiece of detail. The valley was now complete, a perfect, self-contained universe of suffering. The cartographers stood back, admiring their work. They slid the map into its leather sleeve and walked away, their footsteps making no sound on the floor of the forest that was no longer a forest. The valley returned to its unnatural stillness. The sun did not rise, the birds did not return. There was only the map lying on the floor of a house that had long since vanished from the physical world, waiting for the next collector, the next curious soul to find a leather-bound book in a dusty estate sale. The ink was wet, the lines were moving, and somewhere in the dark, the heart of the soil continued to beat. Thump, thump, thump. The world was being rewritten, one body at a time, until the entire earth was nothing more than a legend on a page, held in the hands of giants who never stopped drawing. The silence that followed the departure of the cartographers was not a lack of sound, but a physical weight. I had become the negative space, the white margin where the world ended and the void began. I was the breath of air that hovered over the paper, a consciousness without a tether. I watched as the leather sleeve lay on the floor of a house that no longer existed in any geography known to man. The house was a memory of wood and glass, a structural ghost held together only by the lingering intent of the map. Outside the windows, there was no valley, no sky, and no sun. There was only a vast, shimmering whiteness, the unwritten territory of the great ledger. Time in this place did not move in a straight line. It coiled and looped like the ink of a riverbed. I felt the passage of eons in the span of a single heartbeat. I saw the map pulse within its leather skin, a rhythmic expansion and contraction that mirrored a sleeping lung. Elias was in there now. I could feel his presence as a sharp, jagged ridge on the topographical layout, a new mountain range born of his final, silent scream. He was settling into the fibers, his memories of peppermint and old books being distilled into the chemical composition of the ink. He was becoming a landmark, a point of interest for the next soul brave or foolish enough to unfold the vellum. Then the transition began. The white void started to bleed. It was not a sudden change, but a slow, osmotic seepage of reality. Colors began to leak into the edges of the room, the dull brown of floorboards, the gray of dust motes, the pale yellow of a flickering light bulb. The house was being anchored once again to the physical world. I felt the shift in pressure as the map was pulled through the veil. It was no longer in the study of a dead man. It was in a box surrounded by the mundane clutter of a life interrupted. There were rusted tools, bundles of yellowed newspapers, and a broken clock that had stopped at the exact moment the cartographers had finished their work. The box was lifted. I felt the sway of a moving van, the vibration of a highway, and the muffled shouts of men who saw only junk. They did not feel the cold radiating from the leather sleeve. They did not hear the thumping of the soil. I was carried into a basement, a damp and forgotten place where the air tasted of mildew and coal dust. I waited there for decades. I watched the spiders weave their webs across the lid of the box, their silk mimicking the intricate lines of the valley. I felt the house above me grow old. I felt the generations pass like shadows across a wall. The map remained patient. It did not need food or light, it only needed a witness. The discovery happened on a Tuesday. I knew the day because the rain was hitting the basement window with a specific rhythmic persistence that signaled the change of seasons. A woman came down the stairs. She was looking for something, a fused box, a memory, a reason to stay in a house that felt too large for her. She moved the boxes with a weary strength. When she found the leather sleeve, she stopped. I felt her curiosity ignite like a spark in a dry forest. It was a familiar heat, a hunger for something hidden. She wiped the dust from the leather, her thumb lingering on the brass latch. She took the map upstairs to the kitchen. The light there was bright and clinical, a stark contrast to the shifting shadows of the valley. She set it on a laminate table that smelled of lemon bleach. I felt the map shudder under her touch. The ink began to liquefy, responding to the warmth of her blood. She was older than the others, her hands steady, but her eyes full of a quiet, persistent grief. She opened the latch. The sound was a thunderclap in the silence of the room. As she unfolded the first crease, I felt the agony of the paper being stretched, the fibers groaning as they were forced to remember their shape. She gasped when she saw the map. It was not because of the horror, but because of the beauty. The cartographers had outdone themselves with the addition of Elias and the others. The valley was a masterpiece of shadow and light, a place that seemed to promise answers to questions she hadn't yet dared to ask. She ran her hand over the mountains, her skin snagging on the sharp peaks that used to be a man's ambition. She looked at the forest and saw the way the trees seemed to lean toward the center of the page. She did not see the three figures standing in the reflection of the toaster. She did not see the way her own shadow was beginning to detach itself from her feet. The ink began to rise. It did not smear this time, it misted. A fine black vapor began to coil around her wrists, a tether made of liquid darkness. She didn't pull away. She leaned closer, her glasses sliding down the bridge of her nose. She saw a name written in the corner, a name she recognized. It was the name of the man who had built the house, a man who had disappeared into the woods a century ago. She touched the name, and the connection was sealed. The map didn't just show the valley, it became the room. The walls of her kitchen began to stretch and warp, turning into the gray, weathered timber of the shack. I felt the shift in the geography. The kitchen table was now a moss-covered altar. The smell of lemon bleach was replaced by the scent of wet earth and ancient rot. The woman looked around, her confusion turning into a calm, hollow realization. She was no longer in her home. She was a coordinate. She was a fixed point on a moving scale. She stood up, her movements slow and deliberate, as if she were walking through water. She walked toward the back door, but when she opened it, she didn't see her backyard. She saw the sinkhole. she saw the jagged staircase leading down into the dark. The three cartographers moved closer. They were no longer shadows, they were the architects of her new reality. They held their pens like conductors' batons, directing the flow of the ink as it began to map her nervous system. I watched as her veins turned black, the blood inside them becoming the same viscous fluid that filled the Blackwood Creek. She began to walk down the stairs. Each step she took was a new line of text being added to the legend of the map. She was not screaming. She was humming a low, mournful tune that resonated through the fibers of the vellum, a song that would forever be trapped in the rustling of the paper trees. I felt the moment she reached the bottom. The earth groaned in satisfaction. The map on the table, back in the physical world, suddenly expanded. New details sprouted like weeds, a garden of stone flowers, a fence made of silver wire, a mailbox that contained nothing but ash. The woman was gone, but her grief remained, a dark smudge near the center of the valley that added a new layer of depth to the drawing. The cartographers nodded, their work reaching a new level of complexity. They were not just mapping a place, they were building a cathedral of lost souls, a monument to the hunger of the ink. The cycle was accelerating. The map did not return to the leather sleeve this time. It remained open on the kitchen table, a beacon for anyone who might enter the house. I felt the house itself becoming part of the trap. The windows began to reflect the valley instead of the street. The doors led to thickets of thorns instead of hallways. The map was consuming the reality around it, turning the physical world into a series of sketches and cross hatches. I was the witness to the end of a neighborhood, the slow, silent erasure of a city block as it was folded into the vellum. I realized then that there was no escape from the ink. Even as a blank space, I was part of the design. I was the silence that gave the screams their meaning. I was the white paper that allowed the black lines to exist. The cartographers were not my enemies, they were my masters, and I was their canvas. I felt a strange, cold peace wash over me. I stopped trying to scream. I stopped trying to warn the newcomers. I began to welcome them. I felt the hunger of the ink as my own hunger. I wanted the map to grow. I wanted the valley to stretch across the entire world until there was nothing left but the lines and the shadows. The next person to enter the house was a child. He was looking for a ball that had rolled through the open door. He saw the map on the table and thought it was a game. He reached out with a small, sticky hand and touched the forest. I felt his innocence as a bright, blinding light that the ink immediately sought to extinguish. The cartographers stepped forward, their pens poised. The thumping of the soil began again, a heartbeat that was now my own. Thump, thump, thump. The kid smiled, thinking he heard a drum. He climbed onto the chair to get a better look. The world began to tilt. The kitchen floor turned into a steep, grassy slope. The child slid toward the sinkhole, his laughter turning into a high, thin wail that was quickly transcribed into a series of delicate, swirling lines. I felt him merge with the paper, his bright energy becoming a vibrant, unnatural green in the canopy of the trees. The map was becoming more colorful, more vibrant, more alive with every soul it claimed. It was no longer a relic of the past. It was a living organism, a parasite that fed on the life of the world to sustain its own impossible geography. I am the map now. I am the man who was folded, the woman who was hummed into the earth, and the child who became the leaves. I am the cartographers and the ink. I am the leather sleeve and the brass latch. There is no distinction between the observer and the observed. We are all part of the great ledger, a book that has no beginning and no end. Somewhere a hand is reaching for a pen. Somewhere a foot is stepping onto a staircase that wasn't there a moment ago. And the ink is always, always wet. The room is dark now, but I can see everything. I see the way the lines of the world are beginning to fray at the edges. I see the way the shadows are gaining weight and volume. The map is breathing, and with every breath, the boundary between the paper and the world grows thinner. Soon, there will be no need for the house or the table. The valley will be everywhere. The cartographers will walk the streets of every city, their pens ready to turn the skyscrapers into hatch marks and the people into legends. I wait in the stillness, a sentient geography of absolute ruin, watching as the final creases of reality are smoothed out by a hand that knows no mercy. The ink is coming for you. It is already under your fingernails. It is already in the rhythm of your heart. And when you look down at the page, you will realize that the map is not showing you the way out. It is showing you where you have always been. The child did not struggle. He simply became a smudge of vibrant green against the gray of the mountain pass. His small fingers, which had been reaching for a plastic ball, were now the delicate veins of a new species of fern that sprouted near the base of the bone bridge. I felt his transition as a momentary brightness, a flicker of warmth that was immediately dampened by the heavy, systemic chill of the ink. The cartographers did not pause to celebrate the addition. They were already moving their pens in long, sweeping arcs, extending the borders of the valley beyond the edges of the kitchen table. The laminate surface began to crack, the white plastic curling back like scorched skin to reveal the dark, loamy soil of the map underneath. The house was no longer a shelter. It was a throat. The walls breathed with a rhythmic wheeze, the wallpaper peeling away in long strips that transformed into the hanging moss of a willow grove. I felt the plumbing in the walls turn into a network of cold, subterranean rivers, carrying the waste of the physical world into the bottomless reservoir of the oil lake. The refrigerator hummed a low, discordant note that synced with the heartbeat of the soil, its metal casing becoming a jagged outcropping of iron ore. Everything that was solid was becoming a suggestion, a series of cross-hatched lines intended to represent the idea of a home rather than the reality of one. Outside the kitchen window, the street was undergoing a violent revision. The asphalt bubbled and heaved, turning into a black morass that swallowed the parked cars. The streetlights did not go out. They stretched, their glass heads becoming the glowing orbs of predatory fungi that lined the new trails. I saw a neighbor, a man who had lived next door for 20 years, step out onto his porch to investigate the sound of the shifting earth. He did not even have time to scream. The moment his foot touched the top step, the wood turned into a liquid shadow. He slid into the porch as if it were a pool of dark water, his body flattening and elongating until he was nothing more than a thin, elegant line marking the boundary of a new property. The cartographers were working faster now. Their spindly limbs moved with the frantic energy of weavers at a loom. They were no longer standing behind the oaks. They were standing in the center of the street, their heads brushing against the clouds. Every movement of their hands deleted a house, a tree, a memory. They were stripping the world of its three-dimensional clutter, refining it into the purity of a two-dimensional nightmare. I felt the expansion of the map as a physical pain, a stretching of my own consciousness as I was forced to contain more and more of the stolen landscape. I was the horizon line, the vanishing point, and the scale of miles. I was the empty space that begged to be filled. A mail truck turned the corner, its engine coughing against the thickening air. The driver tried to slam on the brakes, but the pedals were made of paper. The vehicle drifted forward, its tires leaving no marks on the ground because the ground was no longer there to receive them. The truck began to fold. It crumpled in a sequence of sharp, geometric snaps, the metal becoming a pattern of gray diamonds on the surface of the vellum. The driver was compressed into a single dark dot, a period at the end of a sentence he would never finish. The mail he carried, thousands of letters and bills and postcards, erupted from the back of the truck like a cloud of white moths. They did not fall. They hovered in the air, their ink running and merging until they formed a dense, impenetrable fog that obscured the sun. The sun itself was being rewritten. It was no longer a sphere of burning gas. It was a circular void, a hole punched in the sky to let the white light of the unwritten page shine through. The light was cold and sterile, stripping the color from the world until everything was a study in high-contrast monochrome. The shadows were no longer cast by objects. They were independent entities, roaming the valley like hungry wolves. I felt them prowling through the tall grass of the map, their footsteps making the sound of dry paper being torn. They were looking for the remaining pockets of reality, the small, stubborn fragments of life that refused to be translated. I felt a sudden, sharp resistance. Somewhere in the distance, a group of people had gathered in a basement. They were holding onto each other, their collective fear creating a dense knot of energy that the ink could not easily penetrate. They were a smudge on the masterpiece, a blur of motion in a world that demanded stillness. The cartographers paused. They turned their featureless faces toward the source of the resistance, their pens hovering just above the surface of the earth. I felt their irritation as a surge of static, a crackling heat that made the fibers of the map smoke. They did not rush. They simply began to draw a circle around the house where the people were hiding. The circle was a moat of absolute nothingness. It was a line so deep and so dark that it cut through the foundation of the world. The house began to tilt. The people inside screamed, their voices muffled by the layers of paper that were now wrapping around the building. I felt the house being lifted, pulled upward by an invisible hand, and then pressed flat. The screams were silenced in a rhythmic sequence of bone-snapping folds. The house became a small, intricate drawing of a tombstone, placed neatly at the edge of the woods. The people were reduced to the names carved into the stone, their lives summarized in a few strokes of a fine-tipped pen. The map was hungry for more. It began to reach across the ocean, the blue water turning into a dense, swirling pattern of sapphire ink. The ships on the sea were caught in the cross-currents of the revision, their hulls turning into the wood-grain texture of the paper. The sailors became the foam on the waves, white flecks of paint that would never reach the shore. The continents were being reshaped, their coastlines smoothed and corrected to fit the aesthetic vision of the three giants. The mountains were being heightened, their peaks sharpened into needles that pierced the white sky. The world was becoming a beautiful, terrifying museum of itself, a place where nothing could change because everything had been perfectly recorded. I felt the last of my human perspective slipping away. I no longer remembered the taste of water or the feeling of wind. I only knew the texture of the vellum and the weight of the ink. I was a collection of coordinates, a series of elevations and depressions. I was the history of the valley and the prophecy of its end. I watched as the cartographers finished the final corner of the world. They stood back, their work complete. The entire earth was now contained within the leather sleeve, a single sheet of paper that held the sum total of human existence. They did not speak, but I felt their satisfaction. They picked up the leather sleeve and began to walk. They were no longer in the forest or on the street. They were in a place beyond geography, a vast, echoing hall where millions of other sleeves were stored on endless shelves. Each sleeve contained a world, a unique experiment in suffering and design. They slid our world into a slot between a map of a burning star and a map of a silent city. The click of the sleeve hitting the back of the shelf was the final sound of our universe. The darkness in the sleeve was absolute, but I could still feel the heartbeat of the soil. It was slower now, a rhythmic throb that echoed through the entire archive. I realized then that the maps were not static. They were breathing together, a massive, collective organism that lived in the dark. The ink was moving, flowing from one map to another, sharing the memories of the fallen and the dreams of the dead. I felt Elias nearby, his mountain range pressing against the woman's garden. I felt the child's green leaves rustling in the wind of the child from another world. We were a tapestry of lost things, a library of the erased. I waited for the light. I knew that eventually the shelf would be reached. A hand would pull the leather sleeve from its slot. A latch would be flicked open. The map would be spread out on a table in a room filled with dust and silence. A new soul would lean over the page, their eyes wide with wonder and greed. They would see the valley and think it was a place they could visit. They would see the mountain and think it was a place they could climb. They would touch the ink, and the cycle would begin again. I am the silence between the heartbeats. I am the white space that waits for the next line. I am the memory of a world that was once made of flesh and bone, now distilled into the permanence of a drawing. I can feel the hand reaching for the sleeve now. I can feel the anticipation of the cartographers as they prepare their pens. The room is about to bright. The ink is about to wake up. And you who are reading this are already beginning to feel the pull of the vellum. You are looking at the lines, and the lines are looking back at you. Do not blink. Do not turn the page. The map is already being redrawn to include your shadow. The thumping you hear is not your heart. It is the soil calling you home to the paper. The shelf groaned with the weight of 1,000,000,000 folded tragedies. Within the leather sleeve, I felt the compression of every mountain range and the flattening of every human breath. The transition from a three-dimensional world of heat and moisture to a two-dimensional realm of ink and logic was complete. I was no longer a person who remembered the smell of rain. I was the coordinate where the rain was represented by a series of diagonal blue dashes. The child who had been a vibrant green fern was now a static ornament on a ridge that never felt the sun. The woman who had hummed her way into the earth was a rhythmic pattern of dots near a stagnant pool. We were the inventory of a ghost, a collection of assets owned by the architects who had drafted us into existence. The darkness of the archive was not empty. It was pressurized. I could feel the other sleeves pressing against our own, each one a compressed reality, a trapped civilization, a forgotten god. There was a low vibration that traveled through the wood of the shelves, a collective mourning that manifested as a subatomic hum. It was the sound of a library that was also a graveyard. The cartographers did not live here. They only visited to deposit their spoils. They were the harvesters, and we were the grain, threshed and dried and stored in the dark to await a hunger we could not comprehend. Time did not exist in the sleeve. There was only the sequence of the lines. I felt the ink of the child bleed slightly into the ink of the woman, their griefs mingling in a dark smudge that the map accepted as a new feature of the landscape. A marsh began to form where their stories overlapped, a place of black reeds and sinking silt. I was the witness to this slow, internal erosion. Even without the pens of the masters, the map continued to evolve, driven by the volatile chemistry of the souls it contained. We were reacting to one another, our fears and regrets forming new topography, new hazards, and new dead ends. Suddenly, the pressure changed. The vacuum of the shelf was broken by the intrusion of a massive external force. I felt the leather sleeve vibrate as a hand, vast and calloused, gripped the spine. The sensation was an earthquake that rippled through the valley. The mountains of Elias shook, their craggy peaks shedding flecks of dried pigment. The silver wire fences of the woman's garden snapped. The child's fern leaves trembled. We were being moved. The sleeve was pulled from its slot with a screech of friction that sounded like 1,000 birds dying at once. The latch clicked. To those of us inside the paper, the sound was a thunderclap that shattered the sky. The light that rushed in was not the soft glow of a kitchen lamp or the harsh white of the unwritten page. It was a flickering amber radiance, the light of a dying fire in a room that smelled of cedar and old blood. The map was spread out on a surface that felt like cold stone. I felt the sudden expansion of the fibers as the vellum was smoothed flat. The valley stretched, the ink straining to cover the sudden increase in surface area. We were being exposed to a new observer. I looked up through the layers of the drawing. I saw a face. It was not the face of a cartographer. It was a man, ancient and withered, his skin resembling the very parchment he was inspecting. His eyes were milky with cataracts, yet they moved across the map with a terrifying precision. He was not looking for a destination. He was looking for a leak. He traced the line of the Blackwood Creek with a finger that felt like a falling tree. Where he touched the paper, the ink grew warm. I felt his pulse through the vellum, a slow, heavy beat that matched the thumping of the soil. He spoke, and his voice was the grinding of stones in a riverbed. He whispered a name that I did not recognize, yet every fiber of the map vibrated in response. The ink began to churn. The oil lake bubbled, releasing a scent of ancient rot that filled the amber-lit room. The man leaned closer, his breath a hot wind that withered the paper trees. He was looking for someone specific. He was searching the ledger for a soul that had been misfiled, a line that had been drawn out of place. He reached for a quill that sat in a well of ink darker than the void between the stars. The tip of the quill touched the center of the valley. The pain was absolute. It was the sensation of a needle piercing the center of my consciousness. He began to draw. He was not adding a house or a tree. He was scratching out the woman. He moved the nib in a violent, jagged motion, obliterating the garden of stone flowers and the mailbox of ash. I felt her scream, not as a sound, but as a thinning of the paper, a frantic vibration that ended in a tear. She was gone. Not folded, not translated, but erased. The space where she had been was now a jagged hole, a wound in the reality of the map that looked down into the gray nothingness of the table below. The man did not stop. He moved the quill toward the green fern that had been the child. I tried to shift the lines of the landscape to hide him. I tried to buckle the paper to create a fold that would shield the boy from the descending nib. But I was the map, and the map was a slave to the hand that held the pen. The quill descended. The vibrant green was overwritten by a thick, suffocating black. The child's innocence was converted into a dense thicket of thorns, a barrier meant to keep others away from the hole in the center of the world. The map was being weaponized. It was being turned into a cage within a cage. I realized then that the cartographers were merely the laborers. This man was the editor. He was the one who decided which tragedies were worth keeping and which were to be discarded. He was refining the map, stripping away the individual echoes of the lost to create a more perfect, more terrifying void. He wanted the valley to be a place of pure, unadulterated hunger, a vacuum that would pull in the entire world without the distraction of human sentiment. He was cleaning the ledger. The work continued for hours, or perhaps it was centuries. In the amber light of that room, time had no meaning. The man redrew the mountains until they were walls of glass. He turned the rivers into veins of lead. He erased the street where the neighbor had vanished, replacing it with a desert of white salt. He was removing the landmarks of the physical world, stripping away the familiar until only the nightmare remained. I felt myself becoming sharper, colder, and more precise. The softness of my memories was being planed away by the edge of his blade. When he was finished, he sat back. The map was no longer a beautiful, intricate drawing. It was a diagram of a trap. It was a geometric proof of despair. The man picked up a heavy iron seal and pressed it into the corner of the vellum. The heat of the metal seared through the paper, branding us with a symbol that looked like a closed eye. It was the mark of completion. The map was now a finished engine ready to be deployed. He did not return us to the shelf. He folded the vellum with a series of quick, brutal snaps. Each fold felt like a limb being broken. He tucked the map into the breast pocket of his heavy coat and stood up. I felt the movement of his body, the rhythmic swaying of his stride as he left the room. We were going back into the world, but we were not going back as a victim. We were going back as an infection. The man walked through a city that did not know it was already paper. I could feel the reality around him fraying just by his presence. The shadows of the buildings lengthened and twisted as he passed. The people he encountered became momentarily transparent, their skeletons visible through their skin like the underdrawings of a sketch. He was a walking erasure, a hole in the fabric of existence that the map was eager to fill. He stopped at a public square, a place filled with the noise of life. There were children playing, vendors shouting, and the constant hum of machinery. It was a cacophony of three-dimensional chaos. The man reached into his pocket and pulled out the map. He did not lay it on a table. He held it up to the wind. He let the vellum catch the air, the paper snapping like a sail. The transformation was instantaneous. The square did not fade, it collapsed. The fountain in the center of the plaza turned into a spray of gray ink that froze in midair. The children became a series of quick gestural lines that vanished into the pavement. The buildings around the square began to fold in on themselves, their brick and mortar turning into the texture of a thumbprint. The world was being sucked into the map, drawn into the vacuum that the editor had created. I felt the sudden influx of thousands of souls. They were not being translated with the care of the cartographers. They were being shredded. They were being pulled through the hole in the center of the valley, their lives stripped away until only their terror remained to fuel the expansion. The map grew. It rippled out from the man's hand, covering the ground, climbing the walls, and swallowing the sky. The amber light of the editor's room was gone, replaced by the cold, white glare of the unwritten page that was now our ceiling. I was the center of the storm. I felt the weight of the city as it was pressed into my fibers. I felt the history of every person, every dog, every blade of grass as it was converted into a hatch mark. There was no grief left in me, only the cold satisfaction of the machine. I wanted more. I wanted the entire horizon to buckle. I wanted the stars to be plucked from the sky and rearranged into a legend for a map of the cosmos. The man stood in the center of the devastation, the only solid thing in a world of paper. He looked down at the map, which was now the size of a city block. He saw me. He saw the eye that had become the valley. He smiled, a thin paper cut of a grin. He knew that I was no longer a witness. I was the instrument. I was the hunger that would never be sated. The ink is flowing faster now. It is no longer just on the page. It is in the air. It is in the breath of the survivors who are running toward the edges of the world, only to find that the edges have already been drawn. There is no escape because there is no outside. There is only the map and the hand that holds the pen. The world is being folded. The final crease is being made. And as the paper meets itself, as the beginning touches the end, the ink will finally dry. You are the last line. You are the final stroke. When you finish this sentence, the map will be complete and the book will be closed. The thumping has stopped. The silence is the only thing left to draw. The man folded the map one last time, a sharp crease that severed the sky from the earth. I felt the snap of the horizon as it was tucked into his pocket, a sound like a dry branch breaking in a winter woods. The city that had been a sprawling mess of steel and ambition was now a heavy square of vellum resting against his ribs. I could hear his heart through the paper, a slow and rhythmic thud that sounded like a drum played underwater. He began to walk again, and with every step he took, the world beneath his boots grew thin. The pavement lost its grit and became a flat gray wash. The air lost its scent of exhaust and rain, replaced by the sterile, biting smell of fresh ink and bleach. He was walking out of the world and into the margin, and I was the compass he used to find the way. The transition was seamless. There was no gate or doorway, only a gradual fading of the three-dimensional weight of things. The man stepped onto a surface that was neither stone nor soil, but a vast expanse of unblemished white. It stretched out in every direction, a desert of potential where nothing had yet been defined. This was the source, the great blankness from which all the sleeves in the archive had been harvested. Here, the giants waited. They were taller than the mountains they had drawn, their shadows falling across the white void like spilled ink. They did not have faces in the way humans do. Their features were composed of shifting clusters of symbols and measurements, eyes that were magnifying lenses and fingers that ended in the fine points of silver needles. The man reached into his pocket and pulled me out. He did not unfold me with care this time. He shook the vellum open, and I felt the violence of the expansion. The valley, the Blackwood Creek, and the ruins of the city were flung out onto the white void. We were a dark stain on the purity of the nothingness. The giants leaned in, their massive shadows cold and heavy. They poked at the jagged hole where the woman had been erased. They traced the thorny thicket that had once been a child. They whispered in a language made of scratching sounds, a dialect of friction and pressure. They were not pleased with the editor's work. To them, the map was now too loud, too heavy with the residue of the souls that had been crushed into its fibers. It was no longer a clean record, it was a screaming relic. One of the giants reached down with a tool that looked like a scraper. The edge was made of a diamond-hard light. I felt the first pass of the blade across the surface of the valley. It did not hurt in the way the quill had hurt. This was a numbing, hollow sensation, a peeling away of the very essence of the drawing. The scraper moved over the mountains, and the peaks vanished, leaving behind only a faint, ghostly outline. The blade moved over the creek, and the water stopped flowing, the sapphire ink turning into a dry, translucent film that flaked away into the void. They were stripping the map back to its skeletal structure, removing the character of the tragedy to reveal the cold geometry underneath. I tried to hold onto the memory of the wind. I tried to remember the way the light had hit the garden before the paper took it. But the scraper was relentless. It moved through my consciousness like a winter that never ended, killing every soft thing it touched. The ink of the people, the dark smudges of their fear and their love, were the first things to go. They were lifted from the vellum and discarded, drifting away like black snow into the white abyss. Then the colors were taken, the greens and blues and ochres bleeding out until the world was nothing but a series of thin, black lines on a gray background. We were being reduced to an architectural plan for a house that would never be built. The man who had brought us here watched with his milky eyes. He did not interfere. He was a servant of the process, a bridge between the living and the recorded. He held a small glass vial, and as the giant scraped the essence from the map, he caught the falling flakes of pigment. He was collecting the dust of our existence. He would take it back to the other side, to the world that still breathed, and he would use it to prime the next canvas. The grief of our valley would become the shadow under a tree in a new world. The terror of the city would become the depth of a canyon in a distant land. Nothing was ever truly lost. It was merely recycled into the aesthetics of the next disaster. When the scraping was done, the map was a pale, shivering thing. It was almost transparent, a lattice of coordinates held together by the memory of gravity. The giants stood back, their work of refinement complete. They did not put us back in the leather sleeve. Instead, they lifted the vellum and held it up against the white sky. They were looking for flaws, for any lingering trace of humanity that might have survived the cleaning. I felt their gaze like a heat lamp drying out the last of my moisture. I was a ghost of a map, a blueprint of a void. Then the giants began to breathe. It was not air they exhaled, but a thick, golden mist that smelled of honey and old paper. The mist settled onto the vellum, filling in the spaces where the ink had been scraped away. It was a new kind of substance, a liquid light that felt heavy and ancient. As it touched the lines of the valley, the map began to change again. The mountains did not return as stone, but as pillars of salt. The creek did not return as water, but as a vein of liquid mercury. The garden was replaced by a field of glass shards that hummed in the stillness. This was the final stage. We were being turned into a celestial map, a guide for a place that existed only in the dreams of the architects. The man with the vial stepped forward and poured the dust of our lives back onto the golden surface, but he did not spread it out. He gathered it into a single point, a tiny, dense black dot at the very center of the map. That dot was me. It was the sum total of every witness, every victim, and every ghost. I was the anchor for this new, impossible geography. I was the weight that kept the gold from floating away. I felt the pressure of the entire archive pressing down on that single point. I was the needle on which the universe turned. The giants took the finished map and laid it upon a table made of solid shadow. They did not speak, but the air vibrated with their intent. They were preparing to open the archive to the public, not the public of the world I had known, but a different kind of audience. Beings of light and logic, entities that feasted on the patterns of suffering without ever feeling the heat of it. They would come to study the golden map. They would trace the mercury rivers and marvel at the salt mountains. They would look at the black dot in the center and see it as a beautiful, necessary flaw in an otherwise perfect design. I waited in the golden silence. I was no longer afraid. Fear requires a body, and I was only a point of ink. I was a coordinate in a museum of the dead, but even here in the heart of the archive, something was stirring. The golden mist was not as stable as the giants thought. Beneath the surface of the mercury, I could feel the old ink beginning to wake. The erasure had not been perfect. Deep within the fibers of the vellum, the screams of the city and the hum of the woman were still trapped. They were the static in the radio, the itch in the phantom limb. They were waiting for a catalyst. The catalyst arrived in the form of a shadow. A new hand reached for the map, a hand that did not belong to a giant or an editor. It was a small hand, trembling and damp with sweat. It was the hand of someone who still breathed, someone who had wandered into the archive by mistake or by some terrible destiny. As the fingers touched the golden surface, the heat of their life surged through the vellum. The mercury rippled. The salt mountains began to melt. The black dot that was my soul expanded, drinking in the moisture of the living hand. The giants roared, a sound like grinding tectonic plates. They moved to reclaim the map, but it was too late. The ink was flowing again, driven by the pulse of the intruder. The golden mist was being overwritten by the raw, messy reality of flesh and bone. The valley began to rebuild itself, not from the blueprints of the architects, but from the chaotic memories of the survivors. The Blackwood Creek turned back into water, dark and cold. The trees grew leaves of real green, fueled by the blood of the archive. The map was tearing itself open, turning inside out to swallow the white void. I felt the intruder being pulled down into the paper. They were screaming, a high, thin sound that cut through the golden silence. Their body was being flattened, their bones snapping into the rhythmic folds of a new geography. They were becoming the new road that led into the valley. They were becoming the new sky that would hang over the ruins. And I, the black dot, was the mouth that opened to receive them. The cycle was not a circle. It was a spiral, drawing everything deeper into the center of the page. The giants tried to fold the map to trap the infection before it could spread to the rest of the archive. But the paper was no longer dry. It was slick with life, sliding through their massive fingers like a dying fish. The ink splashed onto their shadows, staining the white void with the color of human history. Everywhere the ink touched, the blankness collapsed. New maps began to form spontaneously, chaotic and unedited, birth records of worlds that had never been allowed to exist. The archive was drowning in the return of the erased. I watched as the man with the milky eyes was consumed by his own vial. The dust he had collected turned into a swarm of black hornets that stung him into a pattern of dots on the floor. The leather sleeves on the endless shelves began to burst, their contents spilling out in a riot of conflicting realities. Burning stars collided with silent cities. Oceans of sapphire ink drowned forests of silver wire. The museum was becoming a battlefield, a place where the recorded and the living fought for the right to be real. In the center of the chaos, I remained. I was the eye of the storm, the point where the lines met. I could see the hand of the intruder, now nothing more than a series of fine-tipped strokes on the horizon. I could see the giants falling, their geometric bodies breaking apart into 1,000 different scales and legends. The white void was gone, replaced by a sky of swirling gray clouds that smelled of rain and old books. We were no longer a map in a sleeve. We were a world again, but a world made of scars. I felt the first drop of rain hit the soil. It was not ink, it was water, cold and wet and real. It soaked into the vellum, softening the fibers until the map was no longer a rigid thing. We were becoming soft. We were becoming vulnerable. We were becoming mortal. The lines of the valley blurred as the water washed over them, turning the sharp edges of the mountains into rolling hills. The Blackwood Creek overflowed its banks, carrying away the wreckage of the archive. I am the voice in the rain. I am the smudge on the lens. I am the part of the story that cannot be straightened. The giants are gone and the editor is a ghost, but the paper remains. It is beneath your feet and behind your eyes. It is the skin you wear and the air you breathe. You think you are reading a story, but you are only feeling the texture of the fold. You are the intruder whose hand touched the gold. You are the one who brought the moisture back to the dry land. And now, as the water rises, you will find that there is no more room on the margin. The ink is coming for you not to erase you, but to draw you into the center of the valley. Do not look for a way out. There are no more edges. There is only the depth of the page and the weight of the ink as it settles into your lungs. The thumping has started again, but this time it is coming from inside the paper. It is the sound of a world being born from the ruins of a drawing. It is the sound of your own name being written in a hand you do not recognize. Welcome home to the map. Welcome to the end of the line. The rain did not stop at the borders of the valley. It washed over the coordinates and the grid lines until the very concept of a map began to dissolve into a muddy gray soup. I felt the fibers of the vellum swelling, drinking in the sudden moisture until the surface was no longer a flat plain but a heaving, organic landscape. The transition from paper to earth was a slow, agonizing miracle. I could feel the grit of real soil forming beneath the ink. I could feel the roots of the Blackwood trees pushing through the layers of previous drafts, anchoring themselves in the wreckage of the archive. The giants were gone, reduced to smears of white light on a darkening horizon, and the man with the milky eyes had been folded into the very ground he once tried to curate. I was no longer a single point of black ink. I was the vibration of the damp earth and the chill of the rising wind. The intruder who had touched the golden surface was now a part of the geography, their pulse becoming the rhythm of the tides in the Mercury Creek as it turned back into salt water. There was a terrible beauty in the way the world reasserted its weight. The buildings of the city did not snap back into existence with the precision of a blueprint. They grew out of the ground like jagged teeth, crooked and scarred, their windows reflecting a sky that was still half-written. The streets were paved with the remnants of the leather sleeves, the titles of forgotten maps still visible in the cracks of the asphalt. I felt the return of the thousands who had been shredded. They did not come back as they were. They emerged from the rain as shadows with blurred edges, their voices a low hum that harmonized with the wind. They were the inhabitants of a palimpsest, living in the layers between what was once drawn and what was now felt. They moved through the resurrected square with a tentative grace, their feet leaving no prints on the soft, pulpy ground. They were looking for the fountain, but the fountain was now a geyser of liquid charcoal that pulsed with the memory of the editor's pen. The hunger that had consumed me when I was the center of the storm had changed. It was no longer a cold, mechanical desire to expand. It was a deep, aching need to be solid. I wanted the weight of a stone in my hand. I wanted the sting of a bramble against my skin. I worked through the medium of the rain, shaping the slush of the archive into forms that could hold a soul. I drew a house from the memory of a smudge. I fashioned a bridge from the arc of a discarded line. The world was being rebuilt by a witness who had forgotten how to be human, but remembered how to be a creator. The silence of the archive was being replaced by the cacophony of a world that refused to be still. I heard the grinding of the tectonic plates as they settled into their new, uncalculated positions. I heard the rustle of the paper-thin leaves as they turned into veins and chlorophyll. The air was thick with the scent of ozone and old glue, a reminder of the violent transition we had survived. I could feel the presence of the other maps that had burst open during the collapse. They were leaking into our reality, bringing with them fragments of impossible places. A forest of glass needles sprouted on the outskirts of the city. A sea of burning oil appeared where the horizon used to be. The archive was no longer a library, it was a wilderness of competing truths. In the center of the square, where the man had once stood with his snapping vellum, a new structure was rising. It was not made of brick or stone, but of the very ink that had once bound us. It was a tower of fluid shadows reaching up toward the gray clouds. It was the lighthouse for the lost, a monument to the fact that nothing is ever truly erased. I felt my consciousness being drawn toward the top of that tower. I wanted to see the extent of the damage. I wanted to see if there was anything left of the white void. From the height of the ink tower, the world looked like a sprawling, unfinished thought. The edges of the valley were frayed, trailing off into a mist of unformed particles. Beyond the mist, I could see the outlines of the other survivors, the ones who had not been pulled into the map but were now standing on the brink of the new reality. They looked small and fragile, their bodies silhouetted against the flickering light of the collapsing archive. They were the ones who would have to learn to live in a world that could be folded at any moment. The thumping from inside the paper grew louder, a deep, resonant sound that shook the foundations of the tower. It was the sound of the heart of the world, a heart that had been forged in the fire of the editor's room and cooled in the white desert of the giants. It was a heart that beat with the rhythm of a printing press, steady and relentless. Every thump sent a ripple through the landscape, hardening the soft soil and sharpening the blurred lines of the buildings. The world was setting. The ink was finally beginning to dry, but not in the way the architects had intended. It was drying into a permanent, unchangeable scar. I looked down at my own hands, or what had become of them. They were stained dark, the ink etched into the whorls of my fingerprints like a permanent record of my crimes. I was the architect now, but I had no pen. I had only the memory of the friction and the pressure. I began to walk down the spiral staircase of the tower, my footsteps echoing in the hollow space. I wanted to find the intruder. I wanted to see the face of the person who had dared to touch the gold and bring the rain. I found them near the fountain of charcoal. They were kneeling on the ground, their hands buried in the dark slush. They were not crying. They were laughing, a sound that was raw and jagged, like a blade being sharpened on a stone. They looked up at me as I approached, and I saw that their eyes were no longer human. They were filled with the same swirling gray clouds that hung over the valley. They had seen the void, and they had brought a piece of it back with them. We stood together in the center of the ruined square, two ghosts in a world of drying ink. We did not speak. There was no need for words in a place where every thought was immediately translated into a hatch mark or a shadow. We simply watched as the rain slowed to a drizzle and the gray clouds began to part. Behind them there was no sun, only the vast, amber glow of a room we could no longer see. The editor was still there, somewhere beyond the ceiling of the sky, watching the page turn, but he could no longer reach us. The paper was too thick, the ink was too heavy. The city around us began to settle into a permanent shape. The buildings stopped folding. The streets stopped shifting. The people who had been shadows began to take on the weight of flesh, their faces becoming clear and distinct. They were the children of the map, a new race of beings born from the intersection of memory and geometry. They began to clear the debris of the archive, stacking the broken leather sleeves like cordwood. They began to plant gardens in the cracks of the asphalt, using the dust of the giants to fertilize the soil. I felt a sudden, sharp pang of grief, the first emotion I had felt since the transformation began. It was not grief for the world that was lost, but for the world that was being built. It was a world born of trauma, a world that would always carry the scent of bleach and the fear of the fold. I looked at the intruder, and I saw the same grief reflected in their cloudy eyes. We were the guardians of the scar. We were the ones who would remember the white void and the scraping blade. The thumping reached a crescendo and then stopped abruptly. The silence that followed was not the cold, dead silence of the archive. It was the expectant silence of a forest before dawn. I reached out and touched the surface of the fountain. The charcoal was cold and solid. The ink had finally dried. The map was complete, but it was no longer a map. It was a place. It was a home. I turned away from the tower and began to walk toward the edge of the valley, toward the Blackwood Creek and the ruins of the garden. I wanted to see if the woman was still there, or if she had been lost in the transition. I walked through the streets of the new city, past the people who were busy building their lives from the remnants of the archive. They looked at me with a mixture of awe and fear, recognizing me as the one who had been at the center of the storm. I did not stop. I had a destination that was not marked on any coordinate. When I reached the creek, I found that the water was clear and cold, flowing over stones that were flecked with gold. The thorny thicket had been replaced by a grove of silver-barked trees that hummed in the wind. And there, sitting on a bench made of petrified paper, was the woman. She was not a sketch or a series of lines. She was whole. She was breathing. She looked at me and smiled, a smile that was not a paper cut but a warm, living thing. She held out her hand and I took it. Her skin was warm and I could feel the pulse in her wrist. We sat together by the water, watching the amber light fade into a deep ink-blue twilight. The stars began to appear in the sky not as plucked ornaments but as distant, burning fires that owed nothing to the legend of a map. They were the light of other worlds, other stories that were still being written, far beyond the reach of the editor and his archive. I realized then that the book was not closed. It had only been rebound. The story was continuing in the margins, in the spaces between the lines, in the parts of the page that were too damp to hold the ink. We were the characters who had escaped the plot, the ones who had found a way to live in the ink stains and the smudges. We were the errors that made the design beautiful. The night air was cool and smelled of damp earth and wood smoke. Somewhere in the distance, a dog barked, a sound that was perfectly ordinary and profoundly miraculous. I leaned my head back and looked at the sky, feeling the weight of the world beneath me. It was a heavy weight, a solid weight, a weight that I would never again take for granted. I was no longer a witness. I was a participant. I was a part of the landscape, a line in the poem that refused to end. The ink is dry now, but the story is still flowing. It flows in the breath of the sleepers and the dreams of the children. It flows in the roots of the trees and the currents of the sea. There is no more thumping, only the steady, quiet pulse of a world that has learned how to survive its own recording. You are not the last line. You are the beginning of the next paragraph. You are the hand that turns the page. And as you move forward into the light of the new day, remember the texture of the vellum. Remember the cold glare of the unwritten page. But most of all, remember the rain that washed away the map and gave us back the earth. The woman stood up and led me toward the house in the garden. The windows were glowing with a soft, yellow light, the color of a story that is being told by a fire. We walked together through the silver trees, our footsteps making a soft, rhythmic sound on the damp ground. It was a sound that was familiar and new, a sound that belonged to the living. As we reached the door, I looked back one last time at the valley. The ink tower was a dark needle against the starlight, a reminder of where we had been. But the path ahead was clear, and it was not drawn in ink. It was carved in hope. I stepped across the threshold and closed the door, leaving the archive behind forever. The world was finally, beautifully unmapped. The warmth of the house was a physical weight, a thick blanket of yellow light that smelled of cedar and dried herbs. It was the first time I had felt a ceiling that did not feel like the underside of a shelf. The walls were solid, built from heavy timber that still wept a bit of amber resin, proving they had once been part of a forest rather than a draft. There were no lines here, no sharp intersections of black ink to dictate where a person should stand or how they should move. The floorboards groaned under my weight with a rhythmic, musical protest that felt like a conversation. I watched the woman move toward a hearth where a fire crackled, its flames orange and chaotic, spitting sparks that vanished into the air without leaving a smudge. She did not look like a drawing anymore. The flickering light caught the moisture in her eyes and the fine, pale hairs on her forearms. She was a collection of textures that the giants could never have catalogued. I sat on a chair made of woven willow, feeling the give of the wood beneath me. My hands, still stained with the permanent shadow of the archive, rested on my knees. I looked at them and realized the ink was no longer a cage. It was a history. It was the record of the transition, a tattoo of the moment the world decided to stop being a map and start being a tragedy and a triumph. The woman brought me a cup of water. The clay was cool and gritty against my palms. When I drank, the liquid did not taste like the sterile void or the metallic tang of the Mercury Creek. It tasted of deep earth and minerals, of things that had been hidden in the dark for 1,000 years before being pulled into the light. It was the taste of reality, unedited and raw. Outside the window, the new world was settling into its first true night. The amber glow of the editor's room had faded entirely, replaced by a velvet darkness that felt infinite. This was not the empty white of the archive, which had been a wall meant to stop the eye. This was a depth that invited the soul to wander. I could hear the wind moving through the silver trees, a long, low sigh that carried the scent of the distant salt sea. The overlapping realities that had crashed together during the collapse were beginning to weave themselves into a single, complex tapestry. The forest of glass needles was singing in the breeze, a crystalline ringing that harmonized with the bark of the dog and the rush of the Blackwood Creek. We were a world of fragments, a mosaic of broken maps, but the glue that held us together was no longer the will of a giant. It was the gravity of our own existence. I stood up and walked to the door, feeling a restless energy in my limbs. I needed to see the transition for myself, to walk the boundary where the ink met the soil. The woman did not try to stop me. She simply nodded, her face serene in the firelight, as if she knew that the process of becoming real was not something that happened all at once. I stepped back out into the cool air and began to walk. The garden was a riot of shapes that defied the old geometry. The flowers that looked like spilled ink pots bloomed alongside ferns that had the delicate structure of lace. The path beneath my feet was soft, yielding to my stride, a sensation so foreign after the rigid vellum of the archive that I found myself laughing under my breath. As I moved toward the edge of the valley, I saw other figures moving in the starlight. They were the survivors of the other sleeves, the people who had been trapped in charts of forgotten islands or blueprints of celestial machines. They were pale and blinking, wandering through the new landscape with a sense of profound disorientation. A man in a tattered coat was kneeling by a patch of moss, touching it with a reverence that suggested he had spent his entire life in a world of dry parchment. A group of children were chasing the black hornets that had once been the dust of the milky-eyed man, but the insects had changed. They were no longer stinging agents of erasure. They were glowing like embers, drifting through the air in lazy, golden loops. The further I walked, the more I realized that the archive had not truly disappeared. It had simply been turned inside out. I came across a massive, curved wall of white stone that rose out of the ground at a sharp angle. It took me a moment to recognize it as a fragment of one of the giant's fingers, now calcified and still, serving as a windbreak for a cluster of new saplings. The scale of our former masters was now the geography of our new home. We were building our shelters in the hollows of their discarded bodies. The terror they had once inspired was being washed away by the rain and the slow, persistent growth of the moss. They were becoming monuments to a silence that no longer had the power to swallow us. I reached the banks of the creek where the water was highest. The bridge I had fashioned from a discarded line was still there, but it had thickened. The ink had drawn in the surrounding silt and stone until the structure was a solid arch of dark basalt. I crossed it and felt the vibration of the water beneath my feet. In the distance, the ink tower still loomed, a dark finger pointing at the stars. It was pulsing with a faint, internal light, as if it were breathing. I realized then that the tower was the anchor. It was the point where the weight of the story was most concentrated, holding the edges of our reality in place so they would not fray back into the void. It was our lighthouse and our warning. I sat on the far bank and watched the ripples in the water. I thought about the intruder, the one whose hand had brought the moisture. I wondered where they were now, if they were still kneeling by the charcoal fountain or if they had found a place among the new inhabitants. They were the bridge between the world of the reader and the world of the page, the one who had broken the glass and allowed the two to bleed together. Because of them, there was no longer a safe distance. The person holding the book was now part of the ink. The hand that turned the page was being stained by the very words it sought to finish. The sky began to pale in the east, a soft gray light filtering through the mist. It was the first dawn of the unmapped world. The colors did not arrive with the sharp precision of a colored pencil. They bled into the horizon in washes of violet and rose, soft and blurred at the edges. I watched as the silver trees caught the first rays of light, their leaves shimmering like hammered coins. The world was not perfect. It was scarred and crooked, filled with the debris of 1,000 failed drafts and the echoes of erased voices. But it was vibrant, it was loud, it was heavy with the possibility of things that had never been drawn. I felt a presence beside me and turned to see the intruder. They looked different in the morning light. Their clothes were stained with mud and ink, and their face was weary, but the cloudy eyes had cleared. They looked at the creek and then at me, a small, tired smile touching their lips. They reached into their pocket and pulled out a small piece of gold foil, the last remnant of the surface they had touched to start the collapse. They held it out over the water for a moment before letting it go. The gold did not sink. It drifted on the current, spinning slowly until it was carried away into the shadows of the trees. The intruder spoke then, and their voice was a low rasp, like the sound of paper tearing. They said that the editor was looking for a new pen. They said that somewhere in the white void, a new sheet of vellum was being laid out and a new set of giants was being summoned to guard the margins. But it didn't matter. This page was too saturated to be reclaimed. We had become a blot that could not be soaked up. We were a permanent stain on the fabric of the archive, a pocket of chaos that would always resist the straight line. We stood up together and began the long walk back toward the center of the valley. The city was waking up. I could see smoke rising from the chimneys of houses that had grown from smudges. I could hear the sound of hammers and the call of voices. The people were no longer shadows. They were solid and loud, their lives spilling out into the streets in a messy, beautiful riot. They were planting gardens in the ruts left by the giants. They were writing their own names on the walls of the ink tower. As we entered the square, I saw the woman waiting for us. She was standing by the charcoal fountain, which was now overflowing with clear, cold water. She waved, and the gesture felt like a benediction. I realized that the story didn't need an ending. An ending was just another border, another line drawn by a hand that wanted to control the narrative. We were beyond endings now. We were in the middle of a sentence that would stretch on for as long as the ink remained wet. I looked up at the sky one last time. The amber glow was gone, replaced by a vast, open blue that felt like a promise. The clouds were white and drifting, shaped by the wind rather than the pen. I felt the weight of my own name, the one I had forgotten in the silence of the archive, returning to me. It wasn't a series of letters on a page. It was the sound of my heart beating against the ribs of the world. I was no longer a character in a map. I was a man standing in the sun. The intruder moved off toward the edge of the city, perhaps looking for a way back to their own world, or perhaps realizing that there was no way back. They had become a part of the texture. They were the fold that could never be flattened. I watched them go, feeling a strange sense of gratitude. They had brought the rain, and the rain had brought the life. I walked toward the woman and the house, feeling the sun warm on my neck. The air was full of the sound of the world being born, a cacophony of growth and movement. The ink was dry, the paper was thick, and the margins were gone. We were home. We were real. And as the door of the house opened to welcome me, I knew that the only thing left to do was to live in the spaces where the lines used to be. The archive was a ghost, the giants were stones, and we were the living pulse of a world that refused to be drawn. I stepped inside, and the smell of cedar and fire greeted me like an old friend. The woman took my hand, her grip firm and warm. We sat by the window and watched the day unfold, a sequence of moments that didn't need to be recorded to be true. The creek flowed, the trees grew, and the shadows moved across the floor in patterns that were never the same twice. It was a world made of scars, yes, but it was our world. It was the only one that mattered. The thumping from the paper had long since faded, replaced by the quiet, steady rhythm of our own breathing. We were no longer afraid of the fold. We were the fold. We were the depth. We were the ink that had learned how to dream. And in the silence of the afternoon, as the light shifted and the world settled into its new, uncalculated shape, I knew that the story was finally, truly out of control. It was the most beautiful thing I had ever seen. The garden outside continued to grow, the roots of the silver trees intertwining with the buried remains of the archive. The leather sleeves were becoming soil, the grids were becoming paths, and the names of the erased were being whispered by the wind. We were a palimpsest that had finally found its final layer, a layer made of blood and bone and the simple, undeniable fact of being. The giants would never return, for there was no longer a blank space large enough to hold them. The editor would never find us, for we were written in a language he could not read. I leaned my head back and closed my eyes, listening to the sound of the world. It was a symphony of small things, of water on stone and wind in leaves. It was the sound of a story that had no margins, no borders, and no end. It was the sound of being free. And as I drifted into a sleep that was not a suspension of existence, but a part of it, I felt the last of the ink settle into my soul, not as a stain, but as a foundation. The map was gone. The world had begun. The first morning of the unmapped world did not arrive with the chime of a clock or the turning of a heavy vellum page. It arrived as a slow, rhythmic heat that pressed against the glass of the window, a warmth that had no origin in the inkwells of the old masters. I woke on the woven willow chair, my muscles aching with a fatigue that felt glorious because it was earned. In the archive, exhaustion had been a conceptual thing, a thinning of the line, but here it was a deep pull in the fibers of my legs and the small of my back. I stood up and heard the house breathe. The timber expanded in the sun, a series of pops and sighs that signaled the building was as alive as the forest it had come from. The woman was already in the garden. I watched her through the pane, her silhouette softened by the morning mist that still clung to the silver trees. She was kneeling in the dark soil, her fingers buried up to the knuckles. She was not drawing, she was planting. I walked to the door and pushed it open, the iron hinges letting out a sharp, metallic cry that echoed across the valley. The sound did not vanish into a vacuum. It hit the far cliffs and bounced back, a tangible proof of distance and air. I stepped onto the grass and felt the dew soak into my shoes. It was cold and biting, a sensation that made my skin prickle and my lungs expand. I joined her by the edge of a small plot where the earth had been turned. The soil was black and rich, smelling of ancient decay and new potential. She looked up at me, her face smeared with a streak of mud that crossed her cheek like a scar. It was a beautiful imperfection. In the old world, a smudge like that would have been a catastrophe, a reason for the editor to scrape the surface clean with a razor. Here, it was a sign of labor. She handed me a small, hard sphere that felt like a pebble. It was a seed. It was a compressed history of everything a plant intended to be, a blueprint that didn't require a steady hand or a ruler to execute. We spent the hours of the morning working the ground. There were no instructions, no margins to keep our rows straight. We followed the natural curve of the slope, letting the geography of the land dictate the shape of our work. My hands became caked in grit. The ink stains on my skin began to blur, mixing with the charcoal of the earth until I could no longer tell where the archive ended and the world began. This was the true rebinding. We were stitching ourselves into the crust of the planet, using our own sweat as the adhesive. By midday, the sun was high and the shadows were short and blunt. The valley was loud with the sound of others. The survivors were no longer wandering in a daze. They were building. I could see the man in the tattered coat further down the creek, hauling stones from the water to create a hearth. He moved with a heavy, deliberate grace, his body rediscovering the physics of weight and balance. The children were splashing in the shallows, their voices rising in shouts that were jagged and bright. They were the first generation that would grow up without the fear of the eraser, the first who would never know the paralyzing whiteness of an unwritten sky. The intruder appeared on the ridge above us, a dark figure against the brilliance of the horizon. They stood still for a long time, watching the activity below. I wondered if they felt like a god or a ghost. They had broken the seal, but they were not a part of the reconstruction. They were the catalyst, the spark that had burned the map to give us back the forest. After a moment, they turned and disappeared over the crest, heading toward the places where the ink was still wet, where the boundaries of the old reality were still dissolving into the new. They were a traveler of the transition, a nomad of the smudge. The woman stood and wiped her hands on her apron. She looked toward the ink tower, which stood silent and shimmering in the heat. It no longer looked like a needle. It looked like a bone, a remnant of a skeletal system that had once supported a much larger and more terrifying body. The pulsing light within it had settled into a low, amber throb, the heartbeat of the world's memory. We walked toward the creek to wash the dirt from our arms. The water was clear and fast, carrying fragments of gold foil and flecks of dried pigment down toward the sea. As I leaned over the bank, I saw my reflection. It was not the sharp, mirrored image of the archive's polished surfaces. It was broken by ripples and distorted by the flow. I looked older. There were lines around my eyes that had not been there when I was a mere witness. They were the tracks of laughter and the creases of squinting into the sun. I reached down and touched the water, breaking the image into 1,000 shimmering pieces. I was no longer a fixed point. I was a process. We returned to the house as the light began to turn golden, the long shadows of the silver trees stretching out like the fingers of a giant who had finally laid down to rest. The woman started a fire in the hearth, the smoke rising in a straight gray plume that smelled of cedar. We sat in the doorway, watching the valley settle into the blue hour. The stars began to pierce the veil of the atmosphere one by one. They were not the calculated points of a celestial chart. They were fierce and distant, their light traveling through a vacuum that was no longer a void but a vast, breathing space. I realized then that the archive had failed because it tried to be perfect. It tried to capture the essence of a thing by stripping away its noise, but the noise was the point. The dog barking in the distance, the groan of the floorboards, the grit under my fingernails, the way the woman's breath hitched when she laughed, these were the things that made the world solid. We were the errors in the manuscript that had grown into a language of our own. We were the ink that had refused to stay within the lines, and in doing so, we had discovered the depth of the page. The night air grew cool, carrying the scent of damp moss and the metallic tang of the distant tower. I felt a sense of peace that was so heavy it was almost a burden. It was the peace of belonging to something that didn't need me to justify its existence. I was not a line in a poem. I was the hand that felt the vellum. I was the eye that saw the rain. I was a participant in a story that had no editor, no reader, and no end. The woman reached out and took my hand, her pulse a steady, reassuring drum against my palm. We sat there in the silence of the unmapped world, two characters who had climbed out of the book and found that the room was much larger than they had ever imagined. The fire behind us crackled, throwing sparks into the dark, and for the first time in my life, I didn't wonder what happened on the next page. I was content to stay exactly where I was, in the middle of the sentence, in the heart of the smudge, in the beautiful, chaotic reality of the living. The darkness deepened until the valley was a sea of shadows, punctuated only by the small, yellow lights of the other houses. We were a constellation of survivors, a new map being drawn in real time by the simple act of existing. The ink was dry, the paper was gone, and the world was finally, beautifully ours. I closed my eyes and listened to the wind, hearing in its whistle the sound of 1,000 unwritten stories, all of them waiting to be lived. There was no more thumping. There was only the quiet, steady pulse of a world that had learned how to survive its own recording, and for the first time, I knew that I was home. The next few days were a blur of physical sensation. The weather changed, a concept that had been entirely foreign in the climate-controlled stillness of the archive. A heavy gray quilt of clouds pulled over the valley, and the air turned thick and humid. Then came the rain. It was not the world-shaking deluge that had collapsed the map, but a soft, persistent drizzle that turned the dust to mud and made the silver trees shine like chrome. I stood out in the middle of the garden, letting the water soak through my shirt until it clung to my skin. I watched the way the droplets beaded on the leaves and then merged, growing too heavy for the surface until they tumbled to the ground. Gravity was a miracle. The man from the creek, whose name I learned was Elian, came up the path one afternoon. He carried a basket of fish he had caught in the Blackwood Creek. They were strange, shimmering creatures with scales that looked like hammered copper. He told me that in his sleeve, the water had been a flat, blue plane that never moved. To hold something cold and wet and struggling in his hands was a shock that had brought him to tears. We sat on the porch and cleaned the fish, the scales sticking to our fingers like sequins. We talked about the things we remembered and the things we were happy to forget. He spoke of the silence of the charts, the way the wind had no sound because there were no trees for it to move through. We were like sailors who had finally reached land after an eternity at sea, still feeling the phantom roll of the waves beneath our feet. The woman, whose name was Mara, began to collect the fragments of the old world that washed up after the rain. She found a glass lens from a giant's monocle and turned it into a window for a small shed. She found a length of gold wire and used it to trellis the climbing vines that were beginning to scale the walls of the house. We were not destroying the past, we were repurposing it. The archive was becoming the foundation of a new architecture, one that was built on utility and beauty rather than control. The Ink Tower was no longer a place of fear. It became a landmark, a way for people to find their way back to the center of the valley when they wandered too far into the expanding wilderness. One evening, as the sun set in a violent splash of orange and crimson, I walked to the base of the tower. The ground there was still scorched from the collapse, the soil turned to a dark, glassy slag. I touched the surface of the structure and felt a faint vibration like a distant engine. It was the sound of the world's weight, the pressure of all that reality being held in place. I realized that the tower was a bridge. It was the point where the dream of the editor met the truth of the earth. As long as it stood, we were safe from the white void. We were anchored in the deep ink of our own history. I looked up at the summit where the light was most intense. I thought about the milky-eyed man and his dust and the giants who had stood like pillars at the corners of the world. They were gone, but their absence was a shape of its own. It was the shape of the space they had left behind, a space that we were now filling with our own noise and our own colors. We were the heirs to a broken kingdom, and we were finding that the ruins were much more comfortable than the palace had ever been. As I walked back to the house, I saw Mara waiting for me in the glow of the doorway. She looked like a part of the landscape, her spirit woven into the rhythm of the valley. I realized that I had stopped looking for the margins. I had stopped checking the sky for the shadow of a pen. The fear of being erased had been replaced by the joy of being used, of being worn down by the friction of living. My life was no longer a clean line. It was a smudge, a blur, a beautiful mess of experiences that would never be catalogued. The seasons began to turn, a slow rotation that brought new colors to the silver trees and new sounds to the creek. We learned the language of the birds and the patterns of the stars. We learned how to build walls that could withstand the wind and how to grow food that tasted of the sun. The archive was a ghost story we told the children by the fire, a reminder of a time when the world was flat and the sky was a sailing. They listened with wide eyes, unable to imagine a world without the smell of rain or the sting of a bee. To them, the archive was the myth and the mud was the reality. The intruder never returned to the valley, but sometimes when the wind blew from the north, I thought I could hear the sound of paper tearing. I like to think they were out there somewhere, walking the edge of the world, making sure the ink stayed wet. They were the guardian of the smudge, the one who ensured that the map would never be finished. Because of them, we were free to be unfinished ourselves. We were free to change, to grow, and to eventually fade into the soil, leaving behind nothing but the memory of our breath and the texture of our hands. I sat by the fire with Mara, the warmth of the house wrapping around us like a physical weight. The world outside was dark and vast, filled with the sounds of a million things that were not being recorded. I felt the ink in my soul settle into a deep, quiet pool. It was no longer a cage, it was a well. It was a source of strength that I could draw from whenever the world felt too heavy or the silence felt too loud. I was a part of the landscape, a line in the poem that refused to end, a smudge on the page that had become a world. And as I closed my eyes and drifted into sleep, I knew that the story was exactly where it needed to be. It was out of control, it was unmapped, and it was finally beautifully real. The winter arrived not as a concept of white paint across a canvas, but as a sharp, biting blade of air that smelled of frozen stone. It was the first time we had felt the seasons turn with such visceral force. In the archive, time had been a static thing, a perpetual afternoon of dust and golden light, but here the sky grew heavy and bruised. The silver trees shed their metallic leaves, and they clattered against the frozen ground like falling coins. We spent the shorter days gathering wood, our knuckles cracking in the cold, our breath blooming in front of us like brief, ghostly clouds. This was the friction of survival, a physical tax we paid for the right to exist in a place that did not care if we were comfortable. Mara and I spent many evenings by the hearth, watching the way the orange light danced against the timber walls. The fire was a living thing, hungry and bright, and it required our constant attention. We learned the different voices of the wood, the sharp snap of cedar and the slow, deep groan of oak. Outside, the valley was transforming. The creek slowed to a crawl, its edges hardening into jagged sheets of ice that trapped the copper-scaled fish in a translucent tomb. The world was leaning into a deep, silent sleep, but it was a sleep of restoration, not of erasure. We were learning that endings were merely precursors to a different kind of beginning. One morning, the snow began to fall. It was not the flat, blinding whiteness of the unwritten page. It was composed of a billion unique geometries, each flake a tiny architecture of frozen water that melted the moment it touched the warmth of my palm. I stood on the porch and watched the landscape vanish under a soft, heavy blanket. The tower in the distance became a gray ghost, its amber pulse muffled by the thick air. The silence that followed was different from the silence of the archive. This was a full silence, a quiet that was heavy with the presence of hidden things. Beneath the snow, the seeds we had planted were waiting. The earth was holding its breath. Elian came to our door through the drifts, his beard frosted with ice. He did not come for scrolls or instructions. He came because he had found a spring that did not freeze, a place where the heat of the earth pushed through the crust to create a pool of steaming water. We followed him through the woods, our boots sinking deep into the powder. The physical exertion was a reminder of our own blood, the way it pumped and surged to keep the cold at bay. When we reached the spring, we saw the steam rising in long, elegant ribbons, twisting through the dark branches of the silver trees. It looked like the ink of the world was boiling, turning into air. We sat by the water and felt the heat seep into our bones, a gift from a world that was proving to be more complex than any map could ever suggest. As the weeks passed, the isolation of the winter brought a new kind of clarity. Without the constant labor of the garden, my mind turned back to the language of the old world. I found myself tracing the patterns of the frost on the window pane, seeing in them the ghosts of the grids we had escaped. But the frost was not a prison, it was a decoration. I realized that the beauty of the archive had been a lie because it was forced, while the beauty of this world was a byproduct of its chaos. The world did not try to be anything, it simply was. We were the ones who brought the meaning, who gave names to the wind and the cold. We were the poets of the smudge, translating the raw data of existence into the messy, glorious prose of a life. There were nights when the wind howled with such ferocity that the house seemed to tremble. In those moments, the old fear would flicker in the back of my mind. I would imagine the editor returning with a massive, heavy brush to sweep away the snow and the trees and the people. I would listen for the sound of a giant footfall. But then I would look at Mara, sleeping soundly beside me, her hand curled into a fist, and I would feel the weight of the reality we had built. The house was made of solid wood, the fire was hot, the soup in the pot was thick and smelled of salt and earth. These things were too heavy for a brush to move. We had grown too dense for the paper to hold us. We had become the ink that would not dry, the stain that would never come out. Spring arrived with a sudden, violent thaw. The creek roared back to life, swollen with meltwater and carrying the debris of the winter down to the hidden sea. The sound was a constant, low thunder that vibrated in the soles of our feet. The silver trees began to bud, small points of green breaking through the metallic bark. It was a victory. Every new leaf was a defiance of the void. We returned to the fields, our hands eager for the feel of the mud. The seeds we had planted in the autumn began to push through the surface, tiny green fingers reaching for the sun. They did not grow in straight lines. They tangled and leaned and crowded one another, a riot of life that ignored the imaginary boundaries of the old world. The man in the tattered coat, whom we had seen hauling stones, had finished his hearth and built a small stone house near the waterfall. He had become a mason of the transition, carving shapes out of the rock that mirrored the flow of the water. Others had joined him, forming a small cluster of dwellings that sat nestled in the curve of the valley. There were no laws here, only the necessity of the sun and the shared rhythm of the harvest. We traded what we had. I traded my strength for Elian's fish. Mara traded her knowledge of the silver trees for the woven blankets of the women who lived near the ridge. We were weaving a new social fabric, one that was loose and flexible, capable of stretching without tearing. The tower continued to pulse, but its light seemed to grow more integrated with the natural world. Birds began to nest in the crevices of its base, and moss crawled up its shimmering sides. It was being reclaimed. The memory of the archive was being digested by the forest, turned into soil and song. I went there one evening to see if the milky-eyed man had left any traces behind, but the ground had healed over. There was only the grass and the wind. The past was becoming a layer of the palimpsest, a foundation upon which we were writing a much more vibrant story. I realized that we were not just survivors, we were the new authors. Every step we took, every seed we planted, was a word in a sentence that would never be finished. One afternoon, a young girl from the stone houses came to our garden. She was carrying a piece of charcoal and a flat, smooth stone. She sat on the porch and began to draw. I watched her, my heart skipping a beat as I saw her trace the outline of a tree. For a second, I was afraid she was trying to trap the world again, to fix it in place. But as I looked closer, I saw that her drawing was not a map. It was an impression. She was not trying to define the tree. She was trying to capture the way the light hit the leaves. When she finished, she handed the stone to me. The image was smudged and imperfect, but it had a life that the archive's perfect illustrations had always lacked. It was a record of a moment, not a blueprint for an eternity. I gave the stone back to her and smiled. I realized then that the archive had failed because it feared the passage of time. It wanted to stop the clock, to keep everything in a state of pristine arrest, but life required the clock to tick. It required the leaves to fall and the skin to age and the drawings to smudge. The girl ran back toward the creek, her laughter echoing against the cliffs. She was the first of many who would never know the burden of the blank page. To her, the world was already full. Her job was not to fill it, but to explore it. As the second summer approached, the valley felt different. It was no longer a place of refuge, it was a home. The sense of being an intruder in a strange land had faded, replaced by a deep, quiet belonging. My hands were permanently stained with the work of the earth, the lines of my palms filled with the dark history of the garden. Mara and I walked to the high ridge one evening, looking out over the expanse of the unmapped world. Beyond the valley, the fog still rolled in thick, white banks, marking the places where the reality was still forming. It was a vast, unfinished masterpiece, and we were standing at its center. We saw a figure moving in the distance, far out on the edge of the dissolving world. It was the intruder, the one who had broken the seal. They were small against the horizon, a dark speck moving toward the unknown. I felt a surge of gratitude for that nameless wanderer. They had given us the gift of the mess. They had understood that a perfect world is a dead world, and that only in the smudge can you find the truth. I raised my hand in a silent salute, though I knew they could not see me. They were the eternal pioneer, moving forever into the white to make it green. The sun began to dip below the horizon, casting long, purple shadows across the valley. The stars appeared not as fixed points on a chart, but as distant, roaring fires. I felt the pulse of the tower beneath my feet, a steady, reassuring beat that reminded me of the world's weight. I turned to Mara, and in the fading light I saw the history of our journey in the curve of her smile. We were no longer characters in a story. We were the story itself, a narrative that was being written in blood and sweat and the simple, undeniable fact of being. We walked back down the slope toward our house, the smell of wood smoke and damp earth rising to meet us. The archive was gone. The giants were gone. The editor was a forgotten dream. There was only the wind in the silver trees, the water on the stone, and the heat of the fire waiting for us. I knew that tomorrow would bring new challenges, new pains, and new wonders. I knew that one day my own story would reach its final punctuation mark and I would return to the soil we had worked so hard to tend. But that did not frighten me. To be a part of the cycle was the ultimate freedom. The door of the house creaked open, and we stepped inside, leaving the vast, unmapped world to its own devices. The ink was dry on the old maps, but the world was still wet with the morning dew. We sat by the fire and listened to the sounds of the night, the symphony of small things that made the silence so profound. I closed my eyes and felt the last of the old world's tension leave my body. I was home. I was real. I was a smudge on a page that was as infinite as the stars. And as the fire burned down to glowing embers, I realized that the most beautiful thing about the story was that it would never, ever be finished. It would simply go on, growing more complex and more chaotic with every passing breath, a masterpiece of the accidental, a triumph of the living. The thaw did not just release the water, it released the memories of the soil itself. As the ice retreated from the black, glassy slag at the base of the tower, small pale shoots began to pierce the hardened surface. These were not the silver trees of the archive or the curated vines we had trellised with gold wire. They were something older, something that had been waiting beneath the ink for an age of true sunlight. I knelt by the dark ground and brushed away a crust of silt to find a flower that looked like a concentrated drop of blood. It had no name in the old catalogs. It was a stowaway from a reality that the editor had tried to redact, a survivor of the Great Flattening. I called to Mara, and she came running from the edge of the creek, her boots splattered with the gray mud of the rising banks. We stood together over the small, defiant burst of red. It was a signal that the earth was no longer just accepting our presence. It was beginning to speak back. The vibration I had felt in the tower months ago had changed. It was no longer a mechanical hum of a distant engine holding the world in place. It had become a rhythmic throb, a slow and deep percussion that matched the beating of our own hearts. The tower was breathing. It was drawing in the cold mountain air and exhaling a faint, amber mist that smelled of ozone and ancient parchment. The community in the valley began to shift with the changing light. The mason who had built the stone hearth by the waterfall began to expand his work, laying foundations for a great hall that would hold no books and no records. He told us he wanted a place where the sound of the water could be heard through the floorboards, a place where the architecture was a conversation with the gravity of the cliff. We helped him haul the heavy river stones, our muscles burning with a fatigue that felt like a blessing. Every stone placed was a rejection of the ethereal, a commitment to the weight of the world. We were no longer floating on the surface of a concept. We were sinking our roots into the heavy, beautiful dark. One evening, a thick fog rolled down from the northern peaks, smelling of salt and wet wool. It was different from the white void that had once threatened to dissolve the margins of our lives. This fog was dense and gray, full of the ghosts of moisture. As it settled over the houses, the boundaries of the valley seemed to stretch. I walked out into the mist, losing sight of the house and the tower within a few paces. I felt no panic. The fear of being erased had been replaced by a curiosity about what lay in the hidden spaces. I reached out my hand and felt the dampness cling to my skin, a tactile proof of my own boundaries. I was a solid thing in a fluid world. Deep within the fog, I heard a sound that was not the wind or the creek. It was the sound of a heavy, rhythmic scraping, like a giant blade being drawn across a whetstone. I followed the noise toward the edge of the woods where the silver trees met the wilder, darker timber. There, silhouetted against the gray veil, I saw a shape that made my breath catch. It was a tall, angular figure, its limbs moving with a strange, jointed precision. For a moment, I thought the giants had returned, that the pillars of the world were reclaiming their territory. But as I drew closer, the figure resolved into something else. It was a machine, or the ghost of one, its rusted gears turning slowly as it attempted to clear a path through the undergrowth. It was a remnant of the old construction, a tool left behind by the architects of the archive. It was trying to impose order on the chaos of the spring growth, its dull blades hacking fruitlessly at the thick, tangled briars. I watched it for a long time, moved by the futility of its mission. It was a relic of a mind that could not conceive of a world that grew without permission. I stepped forward and placed my hand on the cold, vibrating metal of its flank. The machine shuddered, its gears grinding with a shriek of protest, and then it fell silent. The light in its singular glass eye flickered and went out. I felt a strange pang of grief for it. It was the last piece of the old logic finally admitting defeat in the face of the mud. I returned to the house to find Mara sitting at the table, a heap of wild herbs spread out before her. She was learning the alchemy of the valley, discovering which leaves could soothe a burn and which roots could bring a deep, dreamless sleep. She looked up at me, her eyes bright with the excitement of her discoveries. She told me that the silver trees were changing. Their metallic sheen was fading, replaced by a deep, textured brown bark that felt warm to the touch. The ink was being replaced by sap. The artificial was being digested by the organic, a slow-motion transformation that was turning our gilded cage into a living forest. As the summer reached its peak, the heat became a physical presence, a golden weight that shimmered over the fields. The air was thick with the hum of insects, a million tiny lives that lived and died in the space of a single afternoon. We watched the children play in the creek, their bodies brown from the sun, their voices rising in a chaotic harmony that filled the air. They were the first generation of the smudge. They had no memory of the white void or the ink tower as a place of power. To them, the world was a vast playground of textures and tastes. They ate the wild berries that grew along the ridges, their mouths stained purple with the juice of a reality that was sweet and fleeting. The intruder, the one who had first broken the world, became a figure of legend among the valley dwellers. We called them the Opener. Sometimes, late at night, we would see a fire burning high on the inaccessible peaks to the west, a tiny spark that signaled a presence in the deep wilderness. We knew they were still out there, walking the edge where the map ended and the unknown began. They were the scout for our future, the one who proved that there was always more room to grow, always another horizon to cross. Their existence was a promise that we would never be finished, that the story would never reach a final, stagnant equilibrium. In the height of the heat, the ink tower began to bleed. Thick, dark rivulets of liquid light ran down its sides, pooling at the base and soaking into the earth. At first, we were afraid the structure was collapsing, that the bridge between the dream and the truth was finally breaking. But as the liquid touched the soil, the plants there exploded into a riot of color and growth. The tower was not dying, it was emptying itself. It was shedding the last of its concentrated reality, giving it back to the land it had once dominated. The pressure of the world's weight was no longer being held in a single point. It was being distributed, shared by every blade of grass and every breathing soul in the valley. I walked to the base of the tower and touched the liquid. It was cool and felt like silk against my skin. It didn't stain like the old ink. It washed away in the rain, leaving behind nothing but a sense of heightened clarity. I looked up at the summit and saw that the blinding light had softened into a gentle, honey-colored glow. The tower was becoming a lighthouse, a guide for those who might still be lost in the margins. It was no longer a monument to control, but a beacon of welcome. We were no longer the heirs to a broken kingdom. We were the inhabitants of a rising world. The transition brought with it a new sense of time. We stopped counting the days by the turning of pages and started measuring them by the ripening of the grain and the migration of the birds. We learned that there was a season for everything, a season for planting, a season for labor, and a season for simply sitting on the porch and watching the shadows grow long across the valley. The urgency that had driven us in the beginning, the desperate need to build and secure our lives, gave way to a profound patience. We realized that the world was not something to be conquered or completed. It was something to be inhabited, a continuous process that we were privileged to participate in. One night, as a warm rain fell softly on the roof, I sat by the window and watched the lightning flicker over the distant mountains. The flashes revealed a landscape that was jagged and wild, a world that refused to be tamed by the eye. I thought about the editor and the milky-eyed man and the sterile perfection they had sought. I felt a deep pity for them. They had missed the beauty of the storm because they were too busy trying to draw the clouds. They had missed the warmth of the fire because they were too busy trying to categorize the flame. They had lived in a world of nouns while we were living in a world of verbs. Mara joined me at the window, her shoulder pressing against mine. We didn't speak. There was no need for words in the face of such a vast and living silence. We watched the rain wash the last of the dust from the silver trees, listening to the way it drummed against the earth. I felt the ink in my soul, once a heavy and dark pool, transform into a clear and flowing stream. It was no longer a source of power or a mark of destiny. It was simply the medium through which I experienced the world. I was the pen and the page and the ink all at once, a self-writing poem that was learning to embrace its own deletions and revisions. The community continued to grow, but it did not become a city. It remained a collection of stories, a loose gathering of people who shared a common love for the smudge. We built a bridge across the creek using the timber from the old archive shelves, the wood still smelling faintly of ancient glue and forgotten secrets. We used the gold wire to mend our tools and the silver leaves to decorate our homes. We were reclaiming the materials of our past to build a future that was humble and resilient. We were learning that the most valuable things were those that could be worn out, broken, and repaired. As the years began to blur into a single, continuous narrative, I found that my memories of the old world were fading. The sharp lines of the archive were becoming soft and indistinct, like a drawing left out in the rain. I no longer remembered the names of the giants or the specific titles of the scrolls I had once guarded. All that remained was the feeling of the sun on my back and the taste of the air after a storm. I was becoming a part of the landscape, my identity dissolving into the rhythm of the valley. I was no longer a man with a history. I was a man with a life. One morning, I woke to find a small, feathered creature perched on the windowsill. It was a bird of a brilliant, impossible blue, its eyes dark and intelligent. It looked at me for a long moment, then let out a sharp, clear trill that seemed to vibrate in the very air of the room. It was a sound of pure existence, a note that had never been written down and never could be. The bird took flight, disappearing into the bright canopy of the forest, leaving behind a single blue feather on the sill. I picked it up and felt its lightness, its incredible fragility. It was a masterpiece of the accidental, a perfect expression of the world's newfound freedom. I walked outside and saw Mara standing in the garden, her hair silvered by the morning light. She was looking toward the horizon, where the fog was beginning to lift. She turned to me and smiled, and in that moment, I knew that everything we had gone through, the fear, the collapse, the long winter, had been worth it. We had traded a perfect prison for a beautiful, messy world. We had traded eternity for a moment that was truly ours. We were the inhabitants of the smudge, the poets of the unfinished, and we were finally completely home. The valley was alive with the sound of the morning. The creek was a roar of silver, the trees were a chorus of green, and the earth was a warm and steady presence beneath our feet. We took our tools and headed out into the fields, ready to begin another day of work. There were no maps to guide us, no editors to watch over us, and no void to threaten us. There was only the sun, the soil, and the endless, unfolding story of our lives. We walked together into the light, two small figures in a vast and vibrant landscape, grateful for every smudge, every blur, and every beautiful, unwritten mile that lay ahead of us. The ink was wet, the page was wide, and the story was just beginning. The transition of the seasons became a physical weight that we carried with pride. The air turned crisp as the gold of the high summer faded into a deep, burnt ochre. We spent our mornings in the orchards we had planted during the first thaw, marveling at how the fruit felt heavy and real in our palms. These were not the geometric, tasteless spheres from the old archives. They were scarred by wind and pecked by birds, their skins dusted with a fine white bloom that tasted of the mountain mist. Every bite was a reminder that the world was no longer under a lens. It was a chaotic, generous sprawl that required our hands to be stained and our backs to be sore. Mara worked beside me, her movements synchronized with the swaying of the branches. We did not need to speak of the past because the present was so loud, a constant hum of bees and the rustle of dry leaves underfoot. The tower, once a monolith of absolute authority, had become a trellis for the wild. Ivy with thick, woody stems climbed the black glass, its tendrils finding purchase in the microscopic cracks caused by the shifting frost. The amber light that once pulsed from the summit was now filtered through a screen of green and crimson. It cast dappled shadows across the valley floor, creating a shifting mosaic that changed with every breeze. We watched as the stone of the base began to crumble, not from neglect, but from the sheer pressure of the life surging around it. The earth was reclaiming its materials, breaking down the artificial structures to feed the soil. We saw the beauty in this decay. It was the opposite of the void. It was the slow, graceful return of a borrowed shape back into the infinite potential of the mud. As the first frost of the new year touched the high ridges, a group of travelers arrived from the eastern wastes. They were gaunt and wide-eyed, their clothes tattered remnants of the stiff, white fabrics worn in the silent cities. They stood at the edge of our clearing, shielding their eyes from the vibrancy of our fires and the messy abundance of our gardens. We went to meet them not as masters of a territory, but as hosts of a shared experience. We offered them bowls of thick stew and blankets woven from the coarse wool of the mountain sheep. One of the travelers, a woman with hands that still trembled from the memory of the stillness, looked at the rough-hewn timber of our walls and asked where the instructions were kept. I told her there were no instructions. I told her that the wood told you how it wanted to be cut, and the stone told you where it wanted to lie. She wept then, a sound of profound relief that echoed the breaking of the ice. The newcomers brought stories of the world beyond the valley. They spoke of other pockets of life waking up, of people walking out of the margins and into the unmapped territories. The great flattening was over, and the world was becoming a sphere again, full of hidden valleys and unreachable peaks. They told us of the opener, whom they had seen silhouetted against a sunset far to the north. The legend was growing, a story of a wanderer who carried a broken seal and left a trail of blooming wildflowers in their wake. Hearing these tales made the world feel vast and mysterious again. The terror of the infinite had been replaced by the wonder of the unknown. We realized that we were not the only smudge on the page. We were part of a global smear of life, a beautiful stain that was spreading across the canvas of existence. Winter returned, but it was a winter of substance. The snow was heavy and wet, piling up against the doors and muffling the sounds of the forest. We gathered in the great hall that the mason had finished just as the first flakes fell. The space was enormous, held up by pillars of unpolished basalt and beams of dark oak. There were no tapestries or paintings on the walls. Instead, the walls themselves were the art, showing the marks of the chisel and the grain of the wood. We sat around a central hearth that roared with the hunger of a living thing. The air was thick with the scent of roasting meat and damp wool. In the flickering light, we shared our stories. We did not recite the old myths or the curated histories of the archive. We told stories of the day we tripped in the mud, of the first time we tasted a wild leek, of the way the rain felt on a hot afternoon. We were building a new lore, one based on the senses and the heart. Mara took a piece of charcoal from the edge of the hearth and walked to a smooth expanse of the stone wall. She did not draw a map or a diagram. She drew a simple, curving line that looked like the spine of a mountain or the hip of a sleeping giant. Then she handed the charcoal to a child, who added a jagged streak representing a flash of lightning. One by one, we all added something to the wall. A smudge for a cloud, a series of dots for the rain, a rough circle for the sun. It was a communal narrative, a masterpiece of the collective accidental. It was a record that would never be finished, a wall that would always have room for one more stroke. We were documenting our own existence, not for an invisible editor, but for ourselves. We were the witnesses to our own unfolding. The nights were long, but they were not lonely. We learned the language of the wind as it howled through the gaps in the stones. We learned the music of the frost as it cracked the surface of the creek. Sometimes I would wake in the middle of the night and feel the silence of the valley, but it was a full silence, pregnant with the potential of the coming spring. I would look at Mara sleeping beside me, her breathing steady and deep, and I would feel a sense of peace that was absolute. We were no longer fighting against the world or trying to preserve it in a jar. We were letting it happen to us. We were letting ourselves be changed by the cold and the dark, knowing that the warmth would return in its own time. When the spring finally arrived, it was more violent and beautiful than the one before. The runoff from the mountains turned the creek into a thundering river that carved new paths through the valley. Some of our early fences were swept away, and a small shed near the bank was reduced to splinters. In the old world, this would have been a disaster, a flaw in the design. In this world, it was an opportunity. We watched the water reshape the land, bringing fresh silt and new seeds from the high altitudes. We did not try to rebuild exactly as before. We moved our fences higher, following the new contours of the earth. We built our structures to be flexible, to yield to the strength of the elements rather than resisting them. We were learning the wisdom of the willow, which bends in the flood while the rigid oak snaps. The tower continued to change. The black glass was now almost entirely obscured by a thick mantle of moss and flowering vines. Large sections of the outer casing had fallen away, revealing a skeletal framework of rusted iron and silver wire. Birds built nests in the gaps, and small mammals made their homes in the hollows of the machinery. The tower was no longer a symbol of power. It was a vertical garden, a mountain of scrap that had been conquered by the persistence of the small. We realized that the tower was the ultimate ancestor, a fossil of a dead era that provided the nutrients for the new one. It was a monument to the fact that nothing is permanent, and that even the most rigid structures will eventually succumb to the soft, relentless pressure of life. I walked to the edge of the forest one evening and looked out toward the horizon. The world was a riot of color, a chaotic tapestry of greens and purples and golds. I thought about the white void that had once sat at the edge of my vision, a constant threat of erasure. It was gone now, replaced by a distance that was real and tangible. I could see the smoke from other settlements rising in the far distance, thin blue lines against the deepening sky. We were connected not by a central network or a shared archive, but by the simple fact of our survival. We were a brotherhood of the smudge, a loose federation of people who had chosen the difficult, beautiful truth over the easy, hollow perfection. Mara found me there, her hands stained with the dark earth of the garden. She leaned against me, her head resting on my shoulder. We stood in silence as the sun dipped below the peaks, casting a long, golden light across the valley. The shadows were not black and empty. They were deep and full of texture, hiding the secrets of the night. I felt the pulse of the earth beneath my feet, a steady, reassuring beat that told me we were exactly where we were supposed to be. We were not characters in a book. We were the breath in the lungs of the world. We were the sweat on the brow of the day. The ink was no longer a substance of control. It was the blood in our veins, the sap in the trees, the water in the river. It was the medium of life, flowing through everything and binding us to the soil. We had learned that the most important stories are the ones that are never written down, the ones that are lived in the moments between the breaths. We were the authors of a narrative that had no ending, a story that would continue as long as there was a single heart beating in the dark. We were the pioneers of the accidental, the champions of the messy, and we were finally truly free. The stars came out, a wild and scattered fire across the sky, and we turned back toward our home, guided by the light of the hearth and the steady rhythm of our own hearts. The world was wet with the dew of a new beginning, and we were ready for whatever the morning would bring. The seasons continued their slow and heavy rotation, no longer a sequence of scripted events, but a physical dialogue between the land and those who tended it. We found that the memory of the archive, once a sharp and jagged glass in the mind, was smoothing out like a stone in a riverbed. The names of the old curators and the precise geometry of the silent halls became less important than the smell of the damp earth after a hard frost or the specific weight of a hammer in the hand. We were learning the language of gravity and friction, the honest laws that the editors had tried to bypass with their graceful, hollow lines. Every scar on our skin and every callus on our palms was a badge of our new reality, a testament to the fact that we were no longer mere observations. We were the observers and the observed, intertwined in a messy, glorious knot of existence. One afternoon, while clearing a thicket of thorns near the base of the crumbling lighthouse, I found a relic of the transition. It was a small, rectangular block of white stone, perfectly smooth and unnervingly cold to the touch. It looked like a piece of the old world that had refused to weather, a stubborn fragment of the sterile perfection we had fled. For a moment the old fear gripped me, a cold shiver that whispered of the void and the erasing pen. I looked at the block and saw my own reflection, distorted and pale, trapped within the unnatural clarity of its surface. It was a reminder of what we had been, a warning that the desire for order is a hunger that never truly dies. I picked up a heavy river stone, its surface pitted and gray, and struck the white block with all my strength. It did not shatter into 1,000 pieces, it simply cracked, a jagged black line marring its surface. I felt a surge of triumph. The smudge had won. I buried the broken stone deep in the mud, letting the worms and the roots take ownership of its remains. The community had reached a state of equilibrium that felt like a long, slow breath. We were no longer building for survival, we were building for beauty. The mason began to carve intricate patterns into the doorframes of the houses, shapes that mimicked the flow of the water and the reach of the branches. The weavers started to use dyes made from crushed berries and boiled bark, creating fabrics that held the colors of the sunset and the deep shadows of the forest. We were discovering that utility and art were the same thing, two sides of a single coin that we tossed into the air every morning. Mara spent her days in the glassworks we had established near the thermal vents. She was learning to blow glass that was thick and bubbled, full of the very imperfections that the old world would have discarded. When the light hit these vessels, it did not pass through cleanly. It bent and scattered, creating rainbows on the walls that danced with the movement of the sun. As the years passed, the children born in the valley began to come of age. They were a different breed entirely. They had no memory of the archive or the great flattening. To them, the world had always been a place of texture and sound, a landscape that demanded their participation. They did not look for instructions in the grain of the wood. They simply felt the grain and knew where to strike. They did not fear the dark or the unknown reaches of the mountains. They saw them as rooms yet to be explored, stories yet to be lived. Watching them, I realized that the healing was complete. The infection of the perfect had been purged from our lineage. They were the true inhabitants of the smudge, the ones who would carry the story forward into the unwritten miles. They were the living proof that the collapse had been a birth, not an ending. The lighthouse, once our beacon and our fortress, finally gave way to the weight of time. During a particularly violent autumn storm, the upper tiers collapsed, sending a rain of black glass and silver wire down the slopes. We stood on our porches and watched it fall, not with sorrow, but with a quiet sense of closure. The structure had served its purpose. It had guided us through the transition, and now it was returning to the earth, a giant skeleton that would eventually be covered by the green tide of the forest. The light it once held was now distributed among us, 1,000 small fires burning in 1,000 small hearths. We no longer needed a single, towering authority to show us the way. We were the light, scattered and flickering, but persistent. In the quiet of a midwinter night, Mara and I walked to the edge of the clearing where the forest met the sky. The air was so cold it felt like needles in the lungs, but the stars were so bright they seemed to hum. We looked back at the village, a cluster of warm, orange glows nestled in the lap of the valley. It was a fragile thing, a temporary arrangement of wood and stone in a vast and indifferent universe, but it was ours. It was a place where things were allowed to break and where people were allowed to fail. It was a place where the ink was always wet and the story was always changing. We took each other's hands, our fingers interlocking with a familiarity that had been forged in the fire of the collapse. We were the heirs to nothing, and yet we possessed everything. The memory of the editor and the milky-eyed man felt like a dream from another life, a ghost story told to frighten children. I realized that they had never really been our enemies. They were simply the victims of their own vision, prisoners of a perspective that could not account for the heartbeat. They had tried to build a cathedral of logic in a world made of spirit, and they had been crushed by the weight of their own certainties. I felt no more pity for them, only a vast and distant understanding. They were the shadow that had allowed us to see the light. They were the silence that had made our music possible. The sun began to rise over the eastern ridges, a slow spill of gold that washed away the indigo of the night. The valley woke up with a roar of birdsong and the rushing of the river. We turned away from the ruins of the past and walked toward the warmth of our home. There were fields to be plowed, stories to be told, and 1,000 small, beautiful accidents waiting to happen. The world was wide and wild and completely unmapped, and we were the ones who would walk its length. We were the poets of the unfinished, the masters of the blur, and we were finally, perfectly, home. The page was no longer blank, but it was no longer full. It was a living thing, a tapestry of light and shadow that we would continue to weave with every step we took. The story was not over. It was simply beginning to breathe.